Good morning to all.
Good morning, sir.
Will we start or wait for some more time? Shall I wait or start now?
I think we should wait, sir. It's 8:58. Wait for 2 more minutes.
No more time, huh?
It's only 2 minutes, sir. It's
2 minutes.
8:58
Okay,
here.
okay, okay. So in game theory, yesterday I have started with this problem. I have ended with this problem, I think. Let me just give you a brief say note about that. Then let me continue with the next model. So this problem is a 2 by 2 game wherein we have two players and with two strategies each. So whatever it is, first of all, we have to find out the saddle point, if any. If there is a saddle point, that will be the value of the game. So there ends the matter. So let us first find out whether this problem contains any saddle point. For that, what is to be done? We have to identify row minimum and column maximum. A value which is both row minimum as well as column maximum is called a saddle point. The element which is both row minimum and column maximum is considered to be a saddle point. That saddle point is the value of the game. That's how we arrive at the things. So in this case, let us find out the saddle point. Whether there is any saddle point or not, let us find out. So this is the solution for that. First row minimum 2 is encircled. Second row minimum 1, that is encircled. Then as far as column is concerned, first column 4 is maximum, second column 5 is maximum. These two values are being covered by a square. So there is no common value which is covered by circle as well as square. That means there is no common value which is row minimum as well as column maximum. Therefore, there is no saddle point. When there is no saddle point, then this formula is to be applied to find out the value of the game. Value of the game B is equal to AD minus BC divided by A plus B minus B plus C. Which is A, which is B? For that I have given example here. Row wise we have to put the order. First row, two values A and B. Second row, two values C and D. This is the order to be followed in 2 by 2 game. So based on this, we have applied these values in the formula and we have calculated the value of the game as 3. AD, A is equal to 2, B is equal to 1, B is equal to 4 and C is equal to 5. So the resulting value is minus 18 by minus 6. So minus 18 by minus 6 will give you 3. So 3 is the value of the game. So when there is no saddle point, automatically we used to apply this formula AD minus BC by A plus B minus B plus C. So this is how I think we have discussed the procedure of solving the problem. I think you are able to understand this concept now. Now the next part of our discussion is concerned with once you find out the value of the game, then sometimes the examiner may ask for the probability. Yes, please. Is it audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. Once value of the game is arrived at, sometimes the examiner may ask for some other things also, apart from value of the game. What is the possibility of other questions is, you need to find out the probability that player A uses his first strategy. And similarly, player A uses his second strategy. For that, we have to find out the probability. Probability that player A uses his first strategy. Then what is the probability that player A uses his second strategy? Similarly, the probability that player B uses his first strategy, and similarly, the probability that the player P uses his second strategy. So these are the 4 other things which may be asked in the examination. So apart from value of the game, when this is asked, how to find out this? Let me now explain you how to find out the probability that a player uses one of the strategies. Okay. Here we have only 2 strategies. Strategy 1 and 2 and 2 players A and B or X and Y, something like that. Player 1 and player 2. Player 1, that is player A, may use his first strategy or he may also use second strategy. So what is the probability for that? For first strategy and second strategy. Now the question is the screen visible on the the slide is visible on the screen?
Yes, yes, sir. It's visible, sir.
Yes. Probability that player A will use his first strategy. That is, let it be P. Let it be P. That P means probability that player A will use his first strategy. P is equal to D minus C by A plus B minus B plus C. This is the formula to be used. We take down the formula, please. Probability that a player A will use his first strategy. Formula is let P be the probability. Therefore, the value of P can be ascertained with the help of the following formula. Note down this formula, please. It's completely note down. So same problem we are continuing now. Once you take down this formula, you apply the values and find out the probability that player A uses his first strategy. You know the values of D, C, A, D, B, C, all these things. Continuation of the problem. So by applying this formula, we will get the values like this: 1 minus 4 by 2 plus 1 minus 4 plus 5.
Excuse me, sir. Could you please go to the previous slide?
Which one, sir?
Previous slide.
This one?
Is this the first slide for today?
I'm not getting you clearly. The probability that player A will use his first strategy may be asked. Further, let it be P. P is equal to probability that player A will use his first strategy. To find out the value of P, the formula is this. So sorry, this here I written wrongly, no? P. Yeah. Is it correct now? Probability. Now we take down. Probability that the player A uses his first strategy is equal to P. P is equal to D minus C by A plus D minus B plus C. Clear now?
Yes, sir.
So, yeah, applying this formula, you will get the answer like this. The answer is P is equal to 1 by 2. Shall I proceed further now?
Yes, sir.
Now, similarly, you may ask the probability that player A uses second strategy also may be asked. Here, first strategy we have discussed. Sometimes second strategy also you can use. The question may be probability that player A uses his first strategy. In that case, what is the formula? Say, listen. In the 2 by 2 game, each player has only two strategies. Each player has only two strategies. We are going to find out the probability. The very nature of probability is equal to, it is always equal to 1 if you put together the probability values of all the outcomes. Right? That is always equal to 1. Now here we have only two items. If you find out the value of probability that A uses first strategy, then very easily you can find out the value that player A uses the second strategy very easily and quickly. How means probability is always equal to 1. You find out probability that player A uses his first strategy. That is the answer is 1 by 2. Both there are two events. One is using first strategy, other one is using second strategy. Not third item is not there. Third event is not there. Therefore, the probability put together should be equal to 1. Here, probability of first strategy 1 by 2 means probability of second strategy is 1 by 2 because 1 minus 1 by 2 is 1 by 2 of using first strategy and be subtracted from the total probability 1. Then remaining 1 by 2 you will get, that is called probability that player A uses his second strategy. This is the formula for this. 1 minus p, that's all. If p is equal to 1 by 2, 1 minus p is also equal to 1 by 2. Suppose if p is equal to 3 by 4, listen carefully, if p is equal to 3 by 4, what will be the value of 1 minus p?
1/4.
Exactly, exactly, you are correct. That's it. Similarly, now we are going to find out probability that player B uses his first strategy. Let it be R. R is the probability that player B uses his first strategy. The formula for this is given here. R is equal to B minus B by A plus B minus B plus C. Take down this formula, please.
Sir, just one question
Yes, please.
while everybody is noting the formula.
Hmm.
Sir, this type of question,
Hmm.
other than the value of the game,
Hmm.
it can be asked only in such question where there is no saddle point, or it can be asked
In 2 by 2 game only.
2/2. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So take down this formula and apply the values, you will get the answer for it. If apply this formula, you will get the answer like this. Similarly, the probability that player B will use his second strategy can also be easily ascertained by using this formula 1 minus R. 1 minus R, R is equal to 2 by 3, therefore 1 minus 2 by 3. So probability that the player B will use his second strategy is 1 by 3. Now the question is, what is the meaning of this 2 by 3, 1 by 3, all that? Suppose you take the case of problem player B uses his first strategy R. R is equal to 2 by 3. What is the meaning of it? 1 minus R means second strategy, that is 1 by 3. You have taken the remaining value of first strategy. First strategy 2 by 3 means second strategy naturally 1 by 3. What is the meaning of this 2 by 3 and 1 by 3? Suppose R is equal to 2 by 3. What is the meaning of it? Means out of 3 trials, player B will use always 2 times the first strategy. For every 3 trials, player B will use his first strategy for 2 times. So 2 out of 3 times. Similarly, probability that player B will use his second strategy 1 by 3 means out of every 3 trials, the player will use second strategy once in a 3 out of 1 out of 3 trials, he will use his second strategy. That is the meaning of it. Okay. Now you can take down this problem and work out. Shall I move? Shall I proceed further now? Now for this exercise problem, you find out the value of the game as well as probability of player A and probability of player B using first strategy and second strategy respectively. All this you can practice. So, so far, under game theory, we have discussed two important things. One is games having saddle point, and number two, games not having saddle point, but 2 by 2 games. It is not always necessary to have only 2 by 2 games with saddle point and without saddle point. There is a possibility that we may have any number of rows and any number of columns with saddle point or without saddle point also. Suppose if you get n by m game without saddle point, what is to be done? When it is 2 by 2 game, it is very easy. We can use this formula and find out the value and other things. When it is m by n, more number of rows and more number of columns than 2 by 2, then what is to be done? How it is to be calculated, about which we are going to discuss now. So when a problem containing more number of rows and columns without saddle point, then we used to solve the problem by using the principle of dominance. Principle of dominance. Is it visible on the screen now? Principle of dominance.
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Yes. So what is the meaning of this principle of dominance is, if one strategy of a player dominates over the other strategy under all conditions, then the latest strategy can be ignored. Otherwise, a strategy which dominates over the other only if it is preferable over other in all conditions is called principle of dominance. So one strategy is going to dominate under all conditions, then the latest strategy can be ignored. So this is the principle which we are going to use and find out the value of the game when there is no saddle point. Now you take down this problem, please. Example, solve the game with the following payoff matrix. Can you take down the problem quickly and tell me now? Once you complete the problem, you tell me, sir. You need not take down player A, player B, 1, 2, 3, 4, P, Q, R, all these things. Just note down this payoff matrix. Immediately you can proceed.
Sir, can you just show the definition of principal dominance? Thank you.
Clear? Those who have taken down this problem can try and find out whether there is saddle point or not. Please find out whether there is any saddle point in the given problem or not. First, encircle row minimums. Then, square up column maximum. So that you can select that variable which has both circle as well as square. That means it is having a saddle point. Like that, now you can find out from this problem whether this problem is having any saddle point or not. How to find out saddle point? Take each row and find out the minimum value, that is the saddle point. Minimum value. What is the minimum value in row B? What is the minimum value in row P?
2, sir.
2.
2. Row Q?
3, sir.
3. Row R? Also 3. So
It's
these values
also
can
3,
be
sir.
encircled. Similarly, you find out column maximum. First column maximum 6. Second column
4,
maximum 4. Third column
7,
maximum 7. Fourth column
6.
maximum is 6. That you can put square.
Sir, your voice is coming as an echo a little bit.
I see. I'll just close the door now. Wait. Okay, now you can see the solution on the screen now.
Sir, one more thing, sir. Also, this problem
Please.
unbalanced, sir. It has 4
Problem,
strategy and
okay.
3 players. 4 strategy and 3 players.
Yeah. 4 strategy for player B, but
Okay.
player A has only 3 strategies.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine.
Yeah. So row minimum, column maximums are written like this. And as such, there is no saddle point. Am I correct? I'll close the door at that. Close the door first. Echo. I think there is no saddle point. The value which is common in row as well as column, row minimum and column maximum. No such value is found. Therefore, the problem has no saddle point. When there is no saddle point, we have to apply the formula. To apply the formula, the matrix should be 2 by 2 game. If it is 3 by 4 game, we cannot apply the formula. So this problem should be reduced to 2 by 2 game, and we have to use principle of dominance to reduce this into 2 by 2 game. Are you able to understand the concept now?
Yes, sir.
Now I will tell you how to use this principle of dominance and reduce the game into 2 by 2 game. Okay. Now say, note down this carefully. Compare the elements of each row with the corresponding elements of other rows. Compare the elements of each row with the corresponding elements of other row. Then, if all the elements of a row are more than the corresponding elements of other row, then only the principle of dominance can be used and one of such rows can be eliminated. That means the row which contains smaller value elements can be eliminated. So I repeat, compare the elements of each row with the corresponding elements of other rows. If all the elements of one particular row are more than or less than corresponding elements of other row, then the principle of dominance can be used. By using principle of dominance, we can eliminate the row which contains smaller value elements. Right? Now, same procedure is to be adopted for column wise also. So I will just read out. Compare the elements of each column with corresponding elements of other columns. If all elements of a particular column are more than or less than the corresponding elements of other column, then principle of dominance can be used to eliminate a column which contains smaller value elements. Now this process is to be repeated till it is reduced to 2 by 2 matrix. So in this problem, let me apply the principle of dominance now. Now going back to the problem, let me go back to the problem again. Let me take the first row. First row contains. Shall I proceed? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Audible.
Some disturbance is there. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me compare these rows with each row with other row. So let me take first row. First row P contains 4 elements. 4, 2, 3, 6. Compare these elements with the corresponding element of the next row. See whether all these elements are either more than or less than the other row. Now, 4, 2, 3, 6. It should be compared with the next row. 3, 4, 7, 5. First row contains 4. First element 4. Next row contains 3. First element. So, first row element is more than the second row. If same pattern continues, we can compare. Otherwise, we can leave it. If you go to second element of the first row is 2. Then second element of second row is more than that, 4. So if you take the first element is more than the second row, whereas second element is less than the second row. So we need not further compare this. You can leave it. Because the condition is all the elements should be either more or less than the other row. Elements of the other row. So when we compare the first row and second row, we cannot apply the principle of dominance. Now let us see. We can compare second row with the third row and see whether we can use principle of dominance. To compare and tell me, sir, second row and third row. Second row elements 3, 4, 7, 5. Third row elements are 6, 3, 5, 4. Compare each element and tell me whether all the elements of second row are either more or less than all the elements, corresponding elements of the third row.
No.
Is it so?
No, sir.
No. Now, first and second compared, no. Second and third compared, no, you cannot use the principal dominant. Now, let me go for other alternative. 1 and 3, you compare 1 and 3. All possible comparison we can do. All permutation and combination we can try. Now you compare 1 and 3 and see whether.
No, sir.
Yes.
6, 4 is there. Sir, fourth element is
4,
less.
First element 4, 6.
No, sir.
Second element 2, 3. 3, 5. 6, 4. No. Lastly it has gone. Okay. So row wise we cannot use principle of dominance. Now let us apply the same rule column wise. Column wise. Let us take first and second column and compare and tell me. Similarly 1 and 3, 1 and 4, 2 and 3, 2 and 4, or 3 and 4, all possible combinations. You tell me where we are getting that.
2 and 4, sir.
2 and
4.
3.
2 and 3 also we can do first. 2 and 3 also we can do. Let us start with 2 and 3. Now what
Yes,
happens?
sir. 2 and 3, okay.
2 and 3 is there, 2 and 4 also is there.
Yes.
Let me start with 2 and 3 now. Okay. Now the elements of second column are less than the elements of smaller than the elements of the third column. Or to put in other way, all the elements of third column are more than all the elements, corresponding elements of the second column. Am I correct? Yes. Now what happens? One of these columns can be eliminated. One of these columns can be eliminated. Now what happens, you see? In this problem, at the outset, no row is dominating the other row. Therefore, let us look at the columns. Each element in column 3 are greater than column 2. Thus, column 2 dominates column 3. Column 2 dominates column 3. Therefore, player B will eliminate column 3. Which column contains higher values?
Column 2.
Column 2 and column 3. Which column contains higher values? Yes, please.
Column 3.
3.
Column 3. When you want to eliminate the column, you have to eliminate that column which contains higher values. When it is a case of row, we have to eliminate that row which contains smaller values. Row means minimum, column means maximum always. Okay. Therefore, what happens by comparing column 2 and column 3, we eliminate column 3 now. Okay, understand? Now you take down this concept. Yeah. In this problem, at the outset, no row is dominating the other row. Therefore, we have taken columns. Each element in column 3 are greater than column 2. Therefore, column 3, which contains higher values, is eliminated. Then the revised matrix will be given below. By eliminating the third column, we have to write the revised matrix like this.
So can you once go back to the previous slide? Okay, sir.
So in the reversed matrix, I have removed column 3, written other values. Now one step is over. Now we have to see whether there is any saddle point in this reversed matrix. You find out and tell me whether there is any saddle. If there is saddle point, then you can complete the problem, because that is the final solution. If there is no saddle point, again you have to proceed further in reducing this matrix to 2 by 2 again, so that we can apply the formula.
No saddle point.
Here also there is no saddle point. You see row wise 2, 3, 3 are the row minimum. Column wise 6, 5, 6. So there is no saddle point. Again use the principle of dominance. Again compare first row with second row with third row, first row with third row. Is there any possibility row wise? No.
Sir, no.
Then column wise. 1 and 2, 2 and 4, 1 and 4.
No, sir.
There is a possibility. 2 and
2
4 you
and
can
4.
compare.
2 and 3. Yeah, 2 and 4, sorry.
2 and
Yeah,
4.
2 and 3.
2 and 4, 4, not 3. 3 we have already
2
eliminated.
and 4. Yes,
2 and
2
4.
and 4.
Which is to be eliminated now?
4.
4. Why?
Because higher value.
When you eliminate the column, you have to eliminate that column which contains higher values. When you go for row, lower values. Row minimum, column maximum is the rule. So eliminate column 4. See, again check whether there is any saddle point for the above reversed matrix. There is no saddle point. Then principle of dominance is applied. Row wise this principle does not apply. Column 2 dominates column 4. Therefore, column 4 is eliminated. The revised matrix looks like this. You take down this revised matrix and again find out whether there is any saddle point.
No saddle point.
No, again apply the principle of dominance. Row wise you just go now. Row wise. 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1 and 3.
1 and 3, sir.
1 and 3, yes. Which can be eliminated?
Row minimum, sir. First.
First row is eliminated. Now revised matrix is given below like this. Okay, taken down. Shall I go to the previous table? From here, You write down all these sentences and then write the revised matrix. So write down the revised matrix like this.
Sir, P, why we have eliminated?
Sir,
Raw P, why we have eliminated here?
when the question of elimination comes row wise, we have to eliminate that row which contains least values, smaller values.
Okay.
If it is column, higher values. If it is row, lower values.
Correct.
Row P contains 4 and 2, whereas row R contains 6 and 3, which are higher values.
Okay.
Therefore, row P is eliminated.
Thank you, sir.
Always remember carefully in examination, row means minimum, column means maximum.
Okay, so we have to compare another column also, 1 or 2 or 1 or 3 something.
Yeah, one by one you can proceed till you get 2 by 2 matrix.
Thank you, sir.
At every stage you find out saddle point. If there is a saddle point, you stop there itself. Otherwise, proceed further by using principle of dominance. And now that we got 2 by 2 game.
So column wise, we consider the higher values, right? And row wise.
Yes. Row wise minimum values.
Okay.
Now we get 2 by 2 game. Find out where there is any saddle point again. Is there any saddle point in
No.
this? No saddle point. Then use the formula. Value of the game. Find out the value of the game. You can use the formula and find out the value of the game now.
Okay. 3.5, sir.
Yes, please.
1 by 4.
How much you are getting?
15 by 4, sir.
Wait, I will find out. Yes, 15 by 4. Similarly, you find out the probability that player A uses first strategy or second strategy. Similarly, player B uses his first strategy or second strategy. You find out those values also. Let us verify whether you are getting the answer. Player A uses first strategy, player B uses second strategy, like that. All these 4 values. P, 1 minus P, R, 1 minus R. If you want, I will go back to the slide so that you can use the formula now. Yeah, probability that player A will use his first strategy. You take down the formula, and similarly, second strategy 1 minus P.
Sir, will you please show the last matrix, sir, that
Which
we
one,
found?
sir?
The last one that we got.
2 by 2 game. 2 by
Yeah,
2.
yeah.
This one.
Thank you, sir.
So 3 by 4.
Yes,
Sir,
please.
it is 3 by 4. 3 by 4, sir.
1 by 4, 1 by 4, 3 by 4.
3 by 4 is P, no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. 1 minus P, 1 by 4. What is the meaning of it? How to interpret this? Out of 4 trials, player A uses 3 times first strategy. For every 4 times rather, player A uses 3 times his first strategy and 1 time only second strategy. That is the meaning of it. Similarly, you find out player B, R and 1 minus R.
1 by 4, 3 by 4.
Yeah, 1 by 4, 3 by 4. So it is reverse. He is using the reverse way.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. Sir, I am still confused with QR and first and two.
What, sir?
Sir, what is the mean of QR and 1 and 2? Can you elaborate, please, once again?
That is reduced from the original problem. QR are the strategies used by player A. Player A originally has 3 strategies, P, Q, and R. Player B has 4 strategies, 1, 2, 3, and 4. By applying principal dominance, we have reduced everything and finally we got this only.
Okay, sir.
Player A left with the Q strategy and R strategy. He will not go for strategy P as per the principal dominance. Then player B is left with only first strategy and second strategy. He will not go for his third and fourth strategies. That these strategies are eliminated by using the principal dominance, so
Okay.
that we can reduce the problem into 2 by 2 game, and formula can be easily applied.
Sir, it means the player A first strategy means Q strategy is 3 by 4.
Not like that, sir. 3 by 4 means for player A, every 4 times, for every 4 times, he uses his first strategy 3 times.
Sir, that is the first strategy is Q.
Yeah. He will always use Q.
Q.
Out
That
three
Q
times,
strategy is
3
used
times out
3
of 4
times.
times. 3 times out of 4 times.
Yeah, sir.
One
And
time
R
out
strategy
of
is
R. This is
R
only
strategy.
probability. This is only probability.
Okay. Sir, similar the R strategy used once out of 4 times.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Got it.
Okay.
So will you show us the solutions of to match? Let me see if we are
Which one,
matching.
sir?
This one, the solution of it, we'll just match it, sir. If it is
For
match.
A and B, yeah.
Yeah, value of the game and as probability also.
I will give you. Don't take it. Find out. Is it visible on the screen now?
Visible, sir.
This is for player A. P and 1 minus P R is also there. Just you go through that, I will scroll it up. No.
Sir, any 2 by 2 matrix,
Yes,
the
sir.
corresponding values of the formula ABCD will be in the same pattern, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir.
Now, while applying this formula, don't change the order that I have given. If you change the order, things will go wrong. Row
Okay, sir.
AB, next row CD.
Sir, what is A minus P, sir?
Which one, sir?
A minus P, A minus probability P here.
A minus P.
Yes, sir.
Where?
Here, sir, after the calculating the P value, we got 3.
1 minus P, sir. 1 minus.
Yes, sir.
P means probability that player A uses his first strategy.
Okay.
1 minus P means probability that A uses second strategy.
Okay, sir. So this is a standard one, sir. P1 minus P.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then R. You can see R here. R. This R, probability that player B uses his first strategy. 1 minus R, player B uses his second strategy. All probabilities only. Clear? We take it out. Shall I move further?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you take down this problem for your practice, please? You take down these values only and try to work out this problem, please. Solve the following game and take down these values. B1, B2, B3, B4, B5, A1, A2, A3, A4.
Taken, sir.
Okay. Now you can practice and find out the value of game, and also the probability that they uses first strategy, second strategy, all that you can find out. So with this, let me conclude this game theory. In my next class, I am going to take linear programming. Just go through linear programming and come to the class so that it will be easy for you to understand. So linear programming is a mathematical model where the variables of for decision making purpose are having linear relationship among themselves. That is the condition upon which linear programming model can be applied. When the variables under consideration have linear relation among themselves, then we can apply this model, linear programming model. What we mean by linear relation? Let me give a brief introduction and conclude this class now. Linear relation. I said when the variables have linear relation among themselves, what is the meaning of it? Suppose that you are going to manufacture a product. The product requires, one product requires 10 kilograms of raw materials. I repeat, you are a manufacturer of a commodity. One product, one unit of product requires 10 kilograms of raw materials. Okay, if that is the case, how much raw materials are required to manufacture 10 products? Please tell me.
100.
100. 100 products?
1,000.
1,000 products?
10,000.
10,000.
So these two things are having a relationship with each other in such a way that they move in the same direction and in the same proportion. If that is the case, we can say that they have a linear relation among themselves. On the other hand, if I say for one product 10 kgs are required, for 10 products 90 kgs are required, for 100 products 800 kgs are required, then this is not having a linear relation, non-linear relation. Do you understand the concept of linear relation now?
Yes, sir. One question. Sir, even if it is
Both the, both,
inversely proportional, still it is linear?
yeah, the same proportion. Proportionately, they should move in the same direction. Then they have linear relation. That is the case, we can apply this model and find out the solution. With this background, let me conclude this class and let me continue in the next class. Okay?
And sir, what is the objective of linear programming to find out
When there are some constraints,
constraints?
under the given constraints, how to maximize your profit, or how to maximize your revenue, or how to minimize your cost or expenses, that we have to find out. Then let me say that you are manufacturing, say, two types of products which requires two types of raw materials. Your production depends on the supply of raw materials, right? When the supply is restricted or limited or in short supply, then you have to see which product is to be manufactured more and which is to be reduced, or which is to be concentrated, which be neglected, based upon the revenue that you are going to earn. So like that, many constraints may be there in our business situation. Raw material may be constrained, labor supply may be constrained, power supply may be constrained, or market demand may be constrained. Many constraints are there. Under a given constraint, how a businessman is going to maximize his profit or minimize his cost. This is to be decision. This to be decided. For deciding that, we resort to the help of linear programming model.
So, sir, it's like combination of assignment and transportation problems.
No, that is different. That is minimization only. Here we have both maximization also.
Yeah, so that means it is a combination of both types.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
About which we'll discuss in next class in detail. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. You are welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let us see you next class.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
I think
Operations
I'm audible to all
management,
of you,
right?
right?
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
So, like, there's a small change in your timetable. Actually, what's the session now for you as per your timetable?
We don't have any time to do so.
We
No,
don't
you
have
don't have
any.
a timetable.
Sir, this is Dr. Sampath here from Andaman. Sir, this is Dr. Sampath here from
Okay,
Andaman.
sir.
Uh, operations management, they have.
Am I into the right class? Just a minute.
Sir, which session is this? Your
So, actually, I'm looking for IB.
international business, IB.
Yeah.
1 minute, sir. I'll just guide you. 1 minute.
Ours is second semester.
Second semester MBA.
It's second
Yeah.
semester MBA.
Sir, yours is between 12 to 1. Cross-culture business management, right, sir?
Yes. Actually, Lenin changed the session with me. He said that he'll be taking the last two sessions.
Lenin is between 11 to 12.
Yeah. Actually, he said like, no, 10 to 11 and again 12 to 1 he's having sessions.
11 to 12.
No,
11 to
11 to
12
12 is
is
mine.
Lenin for IB. This is
Actually, we don't have this subject, sir. We are in first year, second semester.
so I'm in the wrong class.
No, sir, you are in right class, I
You are
think.
in the right class, sir.
So this is operations management.
Yes, sir. It's operations management.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think I'm in the wrong session, I think. Okay then.
No problem, sir. You want to continue? Should I talk
No,
to
no,
the
no. No, I have actually exchanged my class with Lenin. Lenin actually.
Lenin sir has 11 to 12 and as well as 1 to 2 global financial marketing for IB. And in between that, you have the class cross culture business management.
We shall continue, sir.
Yeah, we shall continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
So actually, as per the new syllabus, uh, I don't find any kind of numericals. Only quality control charts are there. Okay. Operation research paper is not there. Only quality control charts are there. What I'll do is currently I'll just teach you. Those are the numericals. I'll teach you the numericals in operation research that comes under the 4th unit, quality control charts. Can you see that? Yesterday actually yeah, Mohammed Sultan sir has shared me the new syllabus. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
You are audible.
I'll make a schedule for your the remaining 2 chapters. I'll make a schedule for your remaining 2 chapters. That is recording techniques, tips and methods, and this is 4th unit. Principles of motion economy, time study, quality control. So I'll just give an intro, or I'll just teach you the quality control techniques. I'll share you the screen right now.
Okay, sir.
Probably. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's visible, sir.
So 2 things are there which you have to register in your mind while studying your quality control. Now, before yesterday, what we did is we studied about the process planning, plant location, plant layout, and introduction to production. So, in between this, I'll just tell you as a story. I'll just tell you as a story. You just hear the story and you can just construct on that. Now, I'll just take everybody. Everybody are from southern part or from northern? Can somebody answer?
So northern part.
Southern, we are from southern part too, sir.
Southern part as well as northern part are there?
From the 2 parts also, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Everybody knows about Pune, right?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Nearby
And
Mumbai.
Haryana, Pune, as well as Chennai. These 3 locations. Kindly identify that. Haryana, Pune, and Chennai. Everybody knows these 3 locations. Now, what I'm going to do is all these process, right? Starting from the production, I need to locate my plant as well as I need to produce and sell the goods. This is my ultimate condition. Now, remaining these 2 portions, I'll just complete it regarding your aggregate planning. In between, I'll just cover that one. Now, the quality control, I'll just teach you right now. Why I just asked about the southern and the northern parts is nothing but all over India. So we have kindly have a note of this. We have 2 major lines. One is called as 2 things are called as the golden quadrilateral, which was levied by the previous ex-prime minister Vajpayee.
Mr.
So, yes, sir. Please.
Vajpayee, I am saying.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We can have it as a discussion. So, what is this major golden quadrilateral is going to do with my study in this quality management? One of the major helpful logistics. These 2 roads are going to do with me in particular quality control. So, as of right now, when India is concerned, let me draw it and show it. So, starting from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, this side, Gujarat to Calcutta or West Bengal. So, these 2 major roads. So, India is something covered like this. India is covered like this. Now, my point of view is something or the other. Haryana is somewhere right over. Haryana is somewhere right over here, and Pune is somewhat right over here, and Chennai is somewhat right over here. So I need to transport the goods to this particular location, and I need to transport this particular goods to this location, as well as I need to transfer this one, so that people will be traveling like east, west, north, and south for achieving the result. So, what it is concerned with the quality, when transportation is occurring, there is a sure question that whether my product will be reaching me on time as well as on as such as it is marketed, like
Safe also.
the same product which is going to get marketed to me. So this is my question, whether the product, if it is a glassware or if it is an handle with care elements, whether the product is going to reach me without any defect or with any defects. So if it is happening with the defects, how I am going to blame the particular product, whether to blame the producer or whether to blame the logistics department. So in that condition, I'll just give you right now itself, because I'm from Andaman. Probably what we people will be doing is, if it is getting shipped from the mainland to the island, if the product is in a good condition, suppose if my vehicle is traveling from Chennai or Calcutta or Vishak through ship to here, if it is in a good condition, like what I have delivered there, that is while delivering package, if suppose any kind of accidents or any kind of breakages which are going to happen, means definitely I am going to reduce the price from the logistics department. It is their duty. So when it is concerned about the quality control or quality management, these two things which has to be located or which has to be given the important scenario. Now when talking about the quality control, two things you have to remember. One is, sir, my product is of best quality, that is of word mouth. The other one is nothing but you have the statistical quality control. In the statistical quality control, you have different aspects like your cause and effect diagram, check sheets, then control charts, histogram, Pareto charts, scatter diagram, and stratification. So what is this cause and effect? If I am willing to do, or if I am willing to, if I am ready to do a particular activity, what is going to be the effect of that particular activity? This is also called as fishbone diagram or Ishikawa's diagram. So if I plan to go for Delhi, I can just take many routes, because Indian roads is not a unique one. I can take many routes through Indian roadways where I can get maximum benefit out of that. Maximum benefit is nothing but shortest route or toll-free route or effectiveness in traveling. So effectiveness in traveling is nothing but you are going to reach all the villages or the cities which are intermediate, and you are going to reach Delhi. Suppose if I'm starting from Kanyakumari to Delhi, which route I'm going to take? If I'm going to take the Golden Quadrilateral, I have a straight route. Starting from Kanyakumari to Kashmir. Whether I am going to opt that one or whether I am going to opt with all the preferences according to my travel. So next one, check sheet. Simple example for your check sheet is nothing but when you just visit a hospital, you will be seeing a pad which is lying in front of the patient's bed. That is called as your check sheet. I'll show you a practical example of your check sheet. I have it right over here. So I'll just show you a practical example how the check sheet will be happening. Then control charts. Control charts, similar example like your previous pressure cooker, which we have spoken about the pressure cooker. Suppose if I want to manufacture a pressure cooker with a PSI of 55 to 60, from the previous slides, 55 to 60 means what standards I'm going to maintain for that. That is what I'm going to talk about in control charts. Histogram regarding your normal distribution. Pareto charts, again a chart which is drawn upon the range and the standard deviation. Scatter chart, simple example will be your BSc and NSc line diagram or the point diagram which we always see. For example, when this cryptocurrencies came into the scene, this particular scatter diagram got much efficiency, or it started attracting people when the stock market goes up, when it comes down, or it is in an intermediary position. Stratification is nothing but you are going to group strata is nothing but you are going to group that particular distribution in a circle. So in a circle is nothing but simple explanation I'll give you. Now this process is there. This is a particular strata. The dark blue color is a particular strata. Technology is a particular strata. People is a particular strata. Organizational culture is a particular strata. So these are the things which we are going to see if in the statistical quality control. So when talking about the first concept, statistical quality control, we talk about the entire process of this quality control. So quality control is nothing but you are going to manufacture a particular product without any defect, as well as it should be satisfied to the customer. Two things you have to remember it in mind. When I am manufacturing a product, it should be useful to the customer, as well as it should be of quality. That has to be mentioned in the quality system. Now, when talking about quality system, process, technology, people, and culture. So what is this particular process is about when talking about quality? So the entire process of your manufacturing, sir, recently I just anybody can discuss, is this in the class that somebody was from liquor industry? Anybody from liquor industry?
Yes, sir, I am from liquor.
We just spoke about the McDowell's, right?
Yes, sir.
Pardon? Yes, sir. Gopalakrishnan, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, my question is.
Yes, sir.
My question is, you have a license for your production?
Yes.
From
Yes,
where
yes.
you get the from where you get the license?
From the excise department.
You are from Chennai?
Hyderabad.
Hyderabad.
Yes.
Sir, I'm asking about exercise. Okay, fine. Before you are getting the ethanol as a raw material, or you are producing the raw material? Ethanol.
We are getting as raw material.
From where?
From other states. It is Maharashtra, West Bengal. And,
Maharashtra and West Bengal. Is
yes,
it
sir,
sensitive,
Karnataka.
sir?
Pardon, sir?
Like the product is sensitive, right?
Yes, very much sensitive.
Okay. Why can't your company opt for this production?
It is economical to get from these locations actually, because their processing cost is low at this specific locations. That's why they are producing
How do you
the
transport
ethanol
that?
by tankers.
Tanker. It is coming from Calcutta. It is coming from Mumbai, as well as from other any
Yes.
other states you are getting, sir.
Yeah. From Goa also we are getting itself.
Okay. your McDonald is a big firm. Why can't you produce your own?
Because the raw material availability at the sourcing this location is cheaper, and as well as the process setup is there.
Okay, so cheaper. You don't want to.
Their operation.
You don't want to have a new center or a new plant for it. Yes, sir. Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible.
So, probably any liquor company which.
Voice is breaking.
Sir, my voice is clear.
Yes, that's okay. Right. Okay.
One minute, sir. I'll just get connected with the other network so that I have.
So you are opened multiple screens.
Ethanol extraction, it is one of the major constraint which is going to get a huge hike if suppose McDonald's, such a big company, they cannot prevail or they cannot produce their own ethanol from the liquor company, right? The main reason is it is very hard to get the license. Because why I'm just talking about this liquor company is previously I'm from actually.
Okay. Oh.
Right. So I just saw the name. So actually, it is very hard to get the license, and even the big companies, they don't hesitate, or even they don't take up the measure to take up the ethanol production. Instead of that, they start exporting it or importing it in the local from the local vendors, and they start doing that process. So when talking about quality system, you have process, technology, people, and organizational climate. Then we are going to move into the statistical part. The first one we are going to see right over here is XR chart and XS chart. So why I just gave this particular example, or I have taken this particular example, is nothing but range chart. Range chart is nothing but you are going to have a lower limit. Okay, you are going to have a lower limit of your product variation as well as the higher limit for your product variation and your mean value. So when you are concerned about these three productions, I don't want a product which is above or which is below the mean values. I need a segmentation like this so that my profit will be saved. That is the actual meaning of XR chart and XS chart. So XR chart talks about the upper limit and the lower limit, and XS chart is nothing but the standard deviation chart, which will be talking about the upper standard deviation or the lower deviation and what criteria should I mention for my production process. This is what is about XR chart and XS chart. So when going for XR chart, you have different types of R chart. So the first one will be your proportion chart. The second one will be your defective sample, And the third one will be your defective samples against your standardization. So whichever chart you are using according to your own business, these charts will be varying. These are said to be your gang charts. So P chart, when talking about P charts, in a particular proportion, suppose if I am manufacturing in a batch, what I am going to consolidate all the products, whether I'm going to send it to the market for the sales, or whether I'm going to send only a batch which is under a particular standardization, I'm going to send for the sales of the product. So what you are going to do here is defective and non-defective. So previous production process, you will find out the number of defectives as well as the number of non-defective items. Based upon that, you will be using your P chart. Simple example for all these P charts is nothing but you can have a verification with your nut manufacturing, nut and bolt manufacturing. Whichever nut you are going to take, it will be named as TVS. Whichever nut, even a cycle nut or an industrial nut or for your automobiles, whichever nut is taken, it will be manufactured by the Indian company which is called as TVS. Why I'm just quoting this particular example is for Six Sigma, this particular example, and one more example is there. Mumbai Dabbawala example is a best suitable example for your Six Sigma. I have the range for it. So I'll just share you that one. So this is about your P, C and U charts. So when talking about where to use the P chart, C chart and U charts, so where I'm going to use, suppose if I am going to neglect, okay, if I'm going to neglect the defective items, I'm going to use C chart and U charts, and there is a percentage variation. So when I manufacture a product of 100 batches, 100 units, how many how many defective items are there, I'm going to check that one and I'm going to utilize that one for my future effects. Then after that, I'm going to identify the defectives is nothing but the entire batch defectives. So in the entire batch defectives, so previously I talked about the number of defectives, now I'm just talking about the number of defective batches. So between which hour the defective batches are more, between which time or which particular time limit my batches are getting an infective items. So I'm going to use the P chart as well as my NP chart. N is nothing but numbers into proportion which is equal to the percentage of that defective. So total batch production in that, for if I'm suppose for example I'm telling you, if I'm 100 batches I'm producing, in that 100 batches, if I am producing only 80 products as my effective product, means I'm going to I'm going to send that 80 products to the market. Remaining 20 products I'm going to make it as an defective one. Remaining portions, this 20 portions, that there is a loss in the time as well as in the cost of production. So to avoid that one, I'll be using this particular P chart and NP chart. So QFD, when talking about QFD, quality function deployment, this quality function deployment is nothing but requirement and conversion, engineering specific, produce the product, fulfill the requirement. So I have jumbled the words here. that is, I'm just reading out what is the important word right over here. I'll just mark it and show it to you also. So when something is asked about quality management deployment, so these are the things which you have to concern about quality function deployment. Each and every aspect, because everybody are working, each and every aspect you would have come across. So what I need to do in the particular quality function deployment is nothing but what is my actual requirement, how I am going to convert my raw material to the finished product. So in the conversion process, what is my engineering specification, and after completion of the end product, is my engineering plans or the production plans or the manufacturing process is of good condition, so that I can send the product with a quality of good to the market. So simple example I'll tell you for this, which is nothing but many of you would have not experienced about this particular example. Anybody from textile? Anybody from textile? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Anybody from textile? Textile industry or any? Okay, fine. So nobody is from textile. This is one of the silk which is getting very famous right now, which is nothing but normal silk will be there. Normally silk will be extracted from 4 different kinds of worms, silkworms. This lotus silk is nothing but you extract the lotus silk from the stem of the lotus root. So till now it is not getting much famous or not getting much familiar, which will be looking like your jute bag or the linen material. So this lotus silk, why I'm just quoting this particular lotus silk is nothing but normal silk. Suppose if I want to get a normal silk kerchief, which is around 500 rupees, it will be 3 or 4 times much costlier than this particular normal silk. Lotus silk will be some 2000 rupees exact, if I'm not wrong. So lotus silk will be much costlier than the actual silk which has been extracted, because we have the machineries and we have the tools for extracting the normal silk, whereas for the lotus silk it has to be made or it has to be handmade for the production till now. So Indonesia is one of the major leading uh, production unit. It has the production unit has. So lotus silk will be much costlier. So what I am going to manufacture, how I am going to manufacture, and whether my plans are going to be properly functioning. So these are the things which you are going to see in the quality function deployment. So next one, two things you have to see upon this quality function deployment, which is nothing but attributes and the variables. So when talking about this attributes and the variables is nothing but attributes is nothing but your pieces which you are going to manufacture. If you are manufacturing a car, how much piece I'm going to take or how much piece I'm going to market. So that is what is about your attribute. When talking about the variable, the internal parts of the car, whether it is going to manufactured in a proper manner, or suppose let me give you an example for this attribute and variable. Now, Tata is there. Tata, on a bulk production, it has 3 units. Jaguar is there with them, Land Rover is there, and as well as their own product, which is Tata. These 3 products are said to be the attributes, and the variables are said to be the each units of production in the particular unit. Now, probably you don't have the sums. Next comes your Six Sigma level. So what is this Six Sigma level? Next slide, I'll just go. So I'll just quote the example of a Dabbawala, where in the Dabbawala, each person has to take the lunch box from a particular house and it has to be delivered to the concerned person, and from there it has to be returned back also to the same house. So what is the level of error which is going to happen becomes your sigma. So when talking about 1 sigma, greater than 40 percentage of the error is happening means you will be getting an 1 sigma level. Between to 30 to 40 percentage will be your 2 sigma level. Between to 20 and 30 will be your 3 sigma level. 4 sigma is nothing but 15 to 20%. 5 sigma 10 to 15%. 6 sigma is nothing but less than 10%. So I have given the interpretation also for this particular sigma levels. So when you manufacture 100 items, there should be less than 0.34 percentage of defective items. So which is nothing but at 100% items are said to be 100% items are said to be in a good quality manner. So in that 0.34 percentage of defectives are allowed to get a Six Sigma level. If you have any doubts or any personal discussion, you can just have it right over here. I'll just keep a
Sir,
pause.
what is PPM? Defect rate mentioned in PPM. What is PPM, sir?
Which one, man? Which one, sir?
Sir, defect rate mentioned in PPM. What is the mean of PPM, sir?
Sir, product per production. So in this case, if I'm manufacturing 100 products, I should have a defective item of 0.34 percentage or 0.34 values which you are giving to the product. So as of right now, when talking about beating around the bush, you should not have, when you want to acquire a Six Sigma level, you should not have at least one product as a defective. If you are having one product as a defective, it will be skipping on to the 5 sigma level. So ppm is product per measure.
I think it's product per
Sir,
million
it
or
is
something.
part per million.
Sir, pardon?
Product per million or
Parts
something.
per
No?
million.
Yeah.
Parts
Product
per
per million or
million, no, sir?
product per measure according to the number of units. This is on an outer thing. So product per million or product per 100, you can just take it. So when you are manufacturing 100 products, 0.34 percentage of defective items is allowed. So when you are manufacturing 100 items, 1% will be your defective item. Below that, we need our defective items to get this particular Six Sigma level. So when talking about this Pakka example, one of the unorganized, decentralized organization is Mumbai Dabbawala. So they have to take the boxes from one place, from one house to the office. From the same place, it will be delivered to the office. So the wonder is nothing but the person who is taking daily will not be available for the next day. The second person will be taking an delivery from the house, or the person who is taking the tiffin box from the office, he will not be the same person. So that is the wonder of this Mumbai Dabbawala. That's why they have acquired Six Sigma certification for their production line. You have any discussion?
Sir,
Yes.
in Dabbawala, I think here is the talking about the production, sir. In Dabbawala, what kind of production is there, sir?
Delivery, sir. It's a service. It's not a product. It's a service.
Services.
The category.
Actually, okay.
category
Many of the
different.
people are from South India. Many of the people are from South India. So I'll just explain the concept. So today, if my house people are delivering the lunch box to my office, means one particular person will come and pick the dabba from the particular location. The same person, he will be he will be delivering the boxes. Suppose, for example, sir, where you are from?
Sir, Kanpur.
Kanpur, I'm not sure about the places. Okay. I'll just beat around the bush regarding the states. Okay. If my dabba is delivered from Mumbai to Tamil Nadu, so the dabba has to be delivered there. So one particular person will pick up the box from Mumbai or Maharashtra. He will deliver it to the concerned person in the next juncture, maybe Karnataka, then Kerala, and it will be reaching me. The same mode of transport will not be happening for the condition. So simple example I'll tell you. So kindly bear with me. This is, let me consider this one as to be India. So starting from here, it will be traveling like this and it will be reaching me. While traveling back, it will be reaching back to me like this. The same person, or so today it is completed. Now the process is completed. The next day, different person will be handling that particular dabba. That is the wonder for this dabbawalas. So they have a coding, and even they don't have an Android phone or any kind of communication. They have an numerical phones, that is keypad phones. That is the wonder how they people are able to deliver the product. They have their own coding like the government organizations. So that is the wonder about the Six Sigma, which has been acquired by Dabbawala. Any discussions? Okay.
What do you
Yes, sir.
mean by, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean by dabbawala, sir?
Ma'am, Dabbawala is nothing but it's a concept which is prevailing in Mumbai. Normally, people will be getting up early in the morning and they will be rushing up to the office. So, Mumbai people or any people, they don't prefer to have their lunches outside. So, normally that is the trend previously which was happening, not previously, now also. So, homemakers or the people in the home, they will pack the food, they will give the tiffin box to a particular person, and he will hand it over to the office, and he will return back to from the office to the particular person. That is the dabbawala. Ma'am, where you are from?
From Tamil Nadu, sir.
Okay. Dabbawala is a major concept which is prevailing in only in Mumbai. It got a hit. In other cities, it was a major drawback because of miscommunication. So, yes, sir.
Sir, I have a doubt.
Yes, sir.
Sir, during transition, this whatever deliverables will be there, that defect rate will be, it will increase, may or not, sir. So how this will be comes under quality?
Sir, when defectives are increasing, ultimately that defective items or the defective products which has to be addressed by the logistics department. Suppose, sir, recently I'll just give you a practical example from Chennai. From Chennai, I transported my bike to Andaman, which is coming by bike. So I got my brake lever to be bent because of the transportation seaways, no? So actually they charged me around 10,000 rupees for this. And what I just noticed is when delivering the product, I just asked them a question. My brake lever was not like this, and before transportation you have to have your photographs. So after reaching here, if there is any defects, that has to be borne by the company. So normally a brake lever may be costing you around some 300 rupees or 400 rupees. That they have reduced it. So have I answered your question, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Got it, sir.
So
Sir, any
normally,
other
this is an
example?
idea. This is an idea because we are in island. When you are transporting any goods to any location, kindly it is up to the logistics department or logistics company. They have what they promise is, I just not only shift over your product from one place to the another, it will be located or it will be relocated safely. That is their promise. If you find your goods to be damaged, you can literally stand there and question them. That is the ultimate rule of logistics. Yes, ma'am, please.
Sir, is there any other examples like if it is the dabba wala, like Flipkart also we can take that, right? Like for this
Flipkart has
e-commerce.
not acquired a Six Sigma level, ma'am. Flipkart has not acquired Six Sigma level because why this Six Sigma level has been acquired by Dabbawala is nothing but one more example. You are from Chennai?
No, actually from Kerala.
Okay.
Sir, aviation department can be an example. Aviation department where we can transport and then get down planes or aeroplane. So we can take an example.
Plain example. Okay, sir. Plain example also, where you should definitely have a third party proof for your claiming. In the plane department, you should definitely have, suppose if I am traveling, there is 10 rupees or 20 rupees which I have to pay it for my baggages. So in the case of like an insurance, so if something is happening like that, I can claim for that 10 rupees or 20 rupees. Other than that, if my baggages are not in a proper condition, definitely you can give an argument with the particular logistics department. Maybe, for example, I'll tell you, if suppose if you are traveling in air and Indigo, and as a passenger, I have my own hand luggages and my baggage is transported. In that case, if you check right over there in front of their eyes, if it is getting damaged, means you can claim the damage. That is the concern, where you have to check. If you just move out from the airport, then definitely there will not be any kind of a claim. Even when you just check inside the airport with the normal ticket, your air ticket, you can just check inside, whereas it is very hard to come outside if your flight is cancelled. That is the concern. So for your example, ma'am, one more example I'll tell you. Whichever nut and bolt, any nut and bolt which you take, TVS will be the major company around the globe, not only here. around the globe, nut and bolt manufacturing will be the pioneer. TVS will be the pioneer of production. Is there any other discussions?
So actually, that maybe a licensed party like that we are
Okay.
saying, sir.
Both the aspects should be licensed, ma'am. Any
Okay.
claim, legal claim you are going to claim means both the parties should be having an legal claim for it. Suppose if you are, for example, if Y concern is transporting means you cannot claim them. You have to sit there and you have to fight for your product.
Okay.
If suppose now there is an option in Flipkart to acquire the Six Sigma level, Flipkart or Amazon, there is an option also. Open your package. If it is not willing to you, return it back. That has been created.
Yes.
So to acquire the Six Sigma level, it takes much time to acquire for a company. Where if I manufacture a simple example, I had said about 100 products. If I manufacture one product, my defection should be 0.34 or lesser than that. If it is 0.35 means I cannot accept the product.
Okay.
That is the legality behind this.
Okay.
So I'll give you a complete brush up of all the other remaining 4 units by next week. So I'll just wind up right now. I gave an introduction for your quality management. Next week, I'll give you a complete structure. What are the important questions? That also I'll give you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
One question, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you have talked about how to gauge the product defective, right? So in terms of service, we can also implement in as a Six Sigma to measure the quality of errors that we do, right? So how
Quality of
like errors, sir, error that we do. Suppose there is some process, and we have to find out how many errors are there. So in terms of checking how many errors or how many qualities are not meeting in that point of time, so we can also apply Six Sigma over there.
Sir, Six Sigma is a certification, sir. Six Sigma is a certification like your simple example. I'll give you like your ISO 14,000 standardization stands for the service industries, or ISO 9,000 and 9,000. Likewise, Six Sigma is a certification that you have to acquire. So only one constraint in my production life, entire production life, if I'm manufacturing a two-wheeler, entire production life should have a percentage of 0.34. One example I'll tell you, sir. General discussion I'll tell you. Tata Nano. Everybody knows about Tata Nano. So previously, Tata was termed as he will finish up the product for 60 or 70 percentage and he will let it out in the market so that his rectifications will be made, because R&D is very costly. Because R&D is much costlier, what he will do is 60 or 70 percentage vehicle will be completed and he will let into the market. So as of right now, 100% vehicle he will be delivering it to the. If suppose any conditions which are happening, it will be called back and it will be refunded or it will be replaced. That is the condition which you need to promise for your Six Sigma certification. So normally, I own a Tata vehicle, Tata Nexon new facelift. So I have an automatic vehicle which is showing me an automatic malfunctioning of the gears. So immediately I called the person. Even I didn't call the person. I just pressed on the button in the SOS. So they called me and they asked me regarding this. And what happened is immediately they asked me to check it to the nearest service station, and they checked it. and they were not able to identify that. So in case if even after the warranty period or the guarantee period what they are providing, if they are able to maintain their standards, definitely Six Sigma will be awarded. Sir, have I answered your question or any other clarifications?
Sir, no, definitely you have. But what I was like, trying to understand, like Six Sigma can be used as a method or a tool, right? So that's what I
Six
was.
Sigma can be used for?
Six Sigma can be used as a methodology, right? As a method or as a tool, right? To
Yes.
analyze or find out the errors
Six
and.
Sigma can be used as a tool. Normally, now many people are using it as a marketing technique for attracting the customers, but it is very hard and more patience is required for Six Sigma. The customers you cannot, when talking about consumer behavior, the customers will be of different nature. You need to handle them in a different manner. Normally, the product will be, if product is showing any malfunctioning, we can do that. Apart from that, whatever you have promised in your manual book, it has to be required. Other than that, if any extra ingredients that if you have promised means, that also has to be done for acquiring this particular Six Sigma.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So we'll just wind
Sir,
up this.
who gave
Yes,
this certification? Excuse
sir.
me, sir. Sir, who gave this certification? Six Sigma certificate of government or any other entity gave the certifications to the company, or who gave this certification?
Fine, sir. I'll show you a practical session. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
It's,
Yes, sir.
it's visible, sir.
Yes, sir.
Benchmark Six Sigma. So there are many intermediaries for this firm. There are many intermediaries where you can register yourself, like getting an ISO. You can register yourself, or you can just directly click. Sorry, you can just directly talk to them for acquiring this particular Six Sigma. Okay, sir.
Sir, is there any main organization certifying Six Sigma?
Ma'am?
Is there any main organization, sir, for Six Sigma?
Main organization.
You can do from KPMG if you want.
Suppose, to be very practical, I'm an IT man. Just give me some. You just text me. You have my number. You just text me. I'll find out which is the more reliable organization among them, based upon their citation. Normally, this benchmark, which is showing, because why it has come to the previous session is that is preliminary session is it has the HTTP link. I'm an IT man, and other site settings are reliable. So okay, one more thing I'll teach you. If you open up any web page, if they are a beginner, it will be in this size. If they are a beginner or if they are doing any kind of thing, it will be in this size. If they are normal, it will be in this particular size. Right, that is size fixation. HTTP, the log symbol. So I'll just show you this one. The log symbol will be here, which is called as HTTP. So it is called as, normally they don't purchase HTTP. The reason is HTTP is costlier. You have to pay monthly rental of 4,500 or yearly rental of 5,000 or 6,000 rupees. So any website, so this is the basic criteria for identifying a website. Again, HDTP becomes an Six Sigma condition for quality management. Any other questions?
So thanks for this info.
Yes, sir. Everybody has my number. No, you can just text me related to IT or whatever it is. I'll just, if it is to my knowledge, definitely I'll share the experience, or just give me some 2 days so that I can share the experience of it. Thank you. Meet you all by next week.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sure, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody?
Hello, good morning, all of you.
Good morning,
Good morning,
madam. Good
madam.
morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, one second. This is development section. This business ethics class, right?
Yes, ma'am. It's business ethics.
First year MBA, second semester.
Is the presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have to continue from this one, cyber age, right?
Yes, madam.
So how is the classes so far? Any feedback?
Excellent, ma'am.
Yes?
Fine, madam.
But-
Fine. Running fine.
No, I'm asking about the feedback of classes. How are the classes going on? Is the timings okay? How about the classes? Anything you want to share?
We didn't have the schedule for the timetable it is, and as
Yes.
well as the earlier to this class actually it little bit clash with Sampath Nagi sir class.
Sorry, Gopi Krishna, I don't get you. What is it? What you are trying to say?
At between 10 to 11 a.m. actually we little bit clash with Mr. Kalimugam. He has entered into this session.
Okay.
So he was shuffled with some odd classes with some of his colleagues.
Oh, you are finding it difficult when the classes are changing.
Yes, madam. And as well as we didn't have any timetable.
Yeah, I told them that we will be able to upload the timetable, but as I told you, Saturday and Sundays, and that is a problem. Sometimes the classes are changing, but however, I have escalated this issue to the director. Let's see whether for next, at least for next semester, we will be able to get the timetables upfront, right?
Yeah, please.
It's
The
not about
recorded
giving
version
the
of the classes
timetable.
is getting late, ma'am.
Yes, Rishi?
The recorded version of the classes is getting late, ma'am. The YouTube
Our
uploading
recorded
is getting
session
late.
will get late because server problem is there. So it will get
Till
late.
we can't, till now we can't find the Saturday class recorded version.
That is what. There is a little bit of problem in uploading the classes, right? As I told you, server problem is there. The storage capacity has to be increased. I think a lot of videos are there. So we are taking care of that. We will soon get all the videos. We'll try to get all the videos. David has asked one question. What is the when will semester 2 will start? What is that? David, I don't understand the question.
When second semester will start, ma'am? Any tentative date is available?
Exams you are asking about?
Yes.
Yeah, it will be in June.
June. Okay, ma'am.
Yeah,
Any
June
date,
8.
ma'am?
Yeah, June 8. We are trying to make it around June 8.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
You will get the notification, application notification schedule and all within 10 days, I hope.
Okay, ma'am.
So be vigilant, often check the website, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, it will be straight exams or we get any gap between one each exam? Last time
That
it was
cannot be
7 days
assured.
continuous.
That cannot be assured because it might be or might not be. We have to check the schedule.
Yes, ma'am. But it is very difficult to us to write exams continuously 7 days. Please consider that.
There are so many constraints. You know, the arrears papers has to be seen. All the exams has to be conducted in the limited time. So examination wing is also finding it difficult. So they'll see to that if it is possible, there will be gaps.
Yeah. At least 1 day is enough, ma'am. We get any gap between exams means also it will be good.
We'll convey this to examine.
Sorry to disturb, ma'am.
Yeah.
This is Kiran.
Yes.
Actually, for regular subjects, at least better it should be on weekends because we approached. It is very difficult to get a leave continuously because we are employees. So arrears papers, it is okay any day, but regulars, at least it should be on weekends. It is better for us.
The problem is, you know,
Mm-hmm.
even now we are conducting regularly for 15 days of examination.
Okay.
The entire examination is about, the scope is on 15 days. And if we conduct in weekend, it would go for months actually.
Okay.
So that
Yeah.
is why,
Mm-hmm.
it's practically not possible to hold the colleges and the institutions for that much long also.
Oh, yes. I can understand. And one more request, ma'am. I think it's already discussed about results so many times that still we are not able to see the results in the portal, and they published like a revaluation date, like and all. So when will be the result and all, ma'am? Is there any idea about this?
Even yesterday they were working till late night, I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Soon, I can say that, very soon.
Okay, because now second semester exam is coming, still we are not getting any results
I
because
know that.
if it
No,
is a
don't
backlog,
worry.
at least we can prepare mentally for
See, you
those
need
things.
not worry that because they will give a lot of rope for that because it is in our side, it is getting delayed. So
Uh-huh.
automatically they will give time for that. You need not worry. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
What I know is even yesterday night we worked until late night to make it possible. Soon we will be
Uh-huh.
able to finish it, right?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Prepare well for the case studies also. Okay. That's as your faculty. What I can tell you is for examination, don't miss the case study. Write the case study at any cost. The case study doesn't have a definite answer unless it is a problem, max or accounts problem, right? So what my request is, case study is what? It's a problem. We need a solution. How you can give a solution? You are studying MBA. So you need to take up the theory, infuse it in the case, justify it with some theory, concept, and then give the solution, recommendation. That is a case study. Okay. So don't ever leave it. Whatever you feel like, see that you are a manager, what solution you will give. Based on that, you just give a solution for the case study. So you write. Right? I hope all of you know how to write a case study. If the time permit, at the end of the class, I'll tell you one small business ethics case study. We will see how to write. Okay. So this is how, and write all the answers in part A, part B. Try to write all the answers. Don't skip anything. Right. But for that, don't bluff. Don't write some stories. Okay. Because you will lose trust once we know that you are writing stories. Okay, then you cannot make the evaluator to give you more marks. So remember that also. And another one small tip while writing examination is start the answers on the top of the page. Don't start it after 3/4 of the page. You can start on the top or half of the page, but not at the end of the page. Don't do that. Okay. And another small tip is if you are starting part A, write all the part A questions. Whatever number you have, write that. Then go to part B. Don't too much of confusion. Don't allow part B, then part A, part C, then again part B, then part A. Don't do that kind of confusion because you forget to mention the question number properly. Many students, 90% of students, don't write the question number on the answers. You give your own number. You are writing 1, 2, 3. Right? So the question number is very important. If you are not able to follow up the question number, then at least follow up the section. If you start writing part A, finish off all the part A, come to part B, then part C. Or part C, part B, part A. You can do the sections as you like. Okay? So these are the small tips. So if you are able to, see, this is a professional course, right? MBA is a professional course. So when you are studying the professional course, once you get the MBA degree, when you step out into the society, nobody is going to ask whether you have studied in correspondence or regular. You are going to be an MBA, a professional degree holder. Do you get my point? So you start behaving like that one. See, we are teaching you time management. We are teaching you how to handle the people, how to handle your resources. Lot of things. Management is what? Life transformation. This course I am telling you. This is not only for organization. All these concepts, theories and management things like PERT, what you are studying in operations management research, you can apply in your own life, in day-to-day life, organization in your house. This helps a lot. This comes a long way. So give that respect to the course. So try to study the book like a storybook you read. That will give you a lot of light how to handle things in your life. Right? So what I would suggest is don't go for important topics, important questions. We are not in 10th standard. We are not worried about the marks. The MBA doesn't stop at you getting the degree. MBA starts when you get the degree. It's going to come with you a long line. So don't skip the topics, don't skip the chapters. It is your initiative. See, nobody pushed you to study MBA, right? Like LKG or UKG, your mother has not pushed you into the school. This is your own decision. You wanted to study. All of you, you took the initiative. A very big step. So give that respect to yourself, your decision, and to the course. So if you have that, have the passion, have the interest in study, you need not to worry about important questions or what you are going to get. What you are going to get is lifetime useful knowledge. Right? Change your perception towards what you are doing. This is learning, not studying. You are not studying anymore. Right? This is learning. You have come to the learning stage. Okay? Okay. Right. So with that, we come to corporate governance. The next topic is corporate governance. This is out of my experience I'm telling you. Okay? I can tell my life before MBA, after MBA. I changed a lot. I matured a lot. I can keep my things organized. I'm able to handle my time. My attitude with the people change. Perception with the people change. How I handle my relations and friends have changed. Because I started applying the concepts not only in the organization, also in my own life. So that way it is really very, very helpful. Okay, that much I can tell you out of my own experience. So keep that. Okay. And with the new education policy, NEP 2020, you people are blessed, because the degree what you are going to get is exactly on par with the regular degree. Okay. So you have to step up to earn that degree. Right. Okay. So what we are going to see today is corporate governance. I think most of you would have heard about this word, right? Corporate governance. Can anyone tell in small words what is it? Sorry for that. Yes, Aishwarya. Aishwarya, you want to say anything?
It's the set of rules and regulations how to direct a company and how to control the company to work.
Very good. Very good, Pranav. It is not as a set of rules and regulations, a set of protocols, people, right? So what is governance actually? Governance is not exactly administration, right? See, we have this in the government also. If I say, I think you will easily understand. We have a chief minister for all the states, right? Who is exactly responsible for day-to-day administration of the state. Okay? All of us know that. Is there anyone to monitor this or just to guideline this? Is there any system?
Yes, ma'am. Administrative system.
Yes, administrative system is headed by the chief minister, right?
Right, ma'am.
Yes, a lot of IAS are there. Okay, collectors are there,
Correct.
ministers are there. Yes, okay. My question is, what if they do any mistake or they need guidance?
So,
Is there any system to guide them?
Yeah, the law and order legal system.
Legal system, no, judiciary is side by side.
Audit system is there.
No, the governance system, the governor is above them.
Yeah, audit.
Am I right? The governors. Every state has a governor. What the governor can do, he is above the administration or below?
Above the administration.
When you elect a person, chief minister, and he has a battalion of people working under him, why you need a person called governor?
See the activity.
What is that?
See the activities.
How he is selected?
Yeah, nominated by the central government.
Very good. We are not electing them, right?
Yes.
Very good. What do they do? Day-to-day activities. Do they have any day-to-day activities on administration?
No.
Exactly. So if you know this is what corporate governance is. Now think an organization is a government. Okay? And before that, do you know how the organization top management works? What is top management of an organization?
Board of directors, chairman, vice president.
Yes? Very good. President, vice president, or COO, CEO, all these people. How they are paid? Do they get profit?
Yes.
they are getting shares and profit and.
Okay, I want you to put in your views. I want you to tell the answers because this is not from this semester. This is from first semester, right? So I want you to know the organization well to study about the corporate governance. How an organization is set up first, you tell me. What are the kinds of organization? Let us go from the base. What are the types of organization? Sole proprietorship. You can start a business of your own. Then
Partnership.
Very good. 2-3 people can together start a business. Then
Limited.
very good. Limited companies, private limited and public limited. Right? Corporate. So what is limited? That is the difference between partnership, sole proprietorship and the company. Okay? When you are in a partnership or sole proprietorship, your liabilities are unlimited. If you lose something, if you have to pay debtor, when you have a loss in your business, he can take up your asset, whatever you have, he can take up because you and the business are one and the same. You get my point? The business is not a separate entity. That is where the companies differ. But when you make it as a private limited company or a public limited company, a limited company is the word that denotes that the liability is limited. When you are in a company and you are acquiring loss, you are not able to make profit, your assets are safe. The debtors cannot touch your assets because your company is a separate identity. Who lost? Your company lost, not you. Are you able to understand? This is where the companies are more stable than the sole proprietorship, right? That is why when you form a company, what is private and public limited? A private limited company will not sell the shares to the public. The shares are kept privately. They can give it to their own family members. So they will be the directors and they will own the company. Limited, private limited, right? But a public limited company is what we often call as corporates, bigger organizations where shares are floated. That means shares are given to anyone who in the market. Anyone can buy the shares, right? So there are so many owners in the form of shareholders. Up to this, all of you understand? Any doubts till this?
Yes, madam. Okay. It is understood.
No doubts?
No.
Okay. So there are different kind of shares, debentures. I think you all know that, right? Debentures is only debt. That is, there also what happens? Your money is safe. It is limited, but you will get interest, not profit. That is the difference between share and debenture. So this is how the organization works, a public limited company, right? Now we come to the importance of corporate governance. Why we need CG? A public limited company. What do you think? Say for example, a oil refinery. You want to start a oil refinery, right? What is the minimum amount you may need to start up oil refinery? Any guess? 500 crores? I'm also not sure. Just I'm asking if any of you in corporate are in that line, you may give more light. 300, 400 crores, 500 crores. Dipesh is also with me. So let us take example, 500 crores, right? Even if you have 500 crores with you, right? Will you start that company with your 500 crores? That is the question. If yes, why? If no, why? Tell me. Will you start the business? You have 500 crores in bank.
No, madam.
If I have 500 crore, my business was already be there.
No. After see, you are conducting a business. You have earned 500 crores. Okay. Now will you start as a second business with this 500 crores? That is my question. Will you invest all the 500 crores into a oil refinery?
No, ma'am.
Why?
No, I think you have to do the analysis first, no? All the SWOT analysis and how to
It
get.
says 50-50. You have done the analysis. It says risk part is also there, but you can ask profit also.
Ma'am, we will raise capital through public shares and all.
Why? Why when you have money, why you have to go for public shares?
Skills to organize
Simple, it
the.
is risky. It's risky. You have 500 crores. If you invest and if something goes wrong, you will lose all the money, right?
Yes, madam.
So, usually what rich people, when they have money, what we can do? You invest a little bit of amount, start a company, you will be the founder of the company, make it as a public limited company. Sorry for that. Make it as a public limited company, sell the shares, get the money. Now your risk is limited, right? But you will earn a lot of profit. Am I right?
Yes.
So
Yes,
this
madam.
is how public limited companies are floated. So when you sell the shares, you are taking up the public money, right? It is a citizen's money. So what happens if the company is wrongly managed? Okay. Or some fraudulent things, malpractice is done, something happens. Okay. The company sunks. Now what happens to the shareholders? Who is responsible for the shareholders?
The management.
The management says they have lost the money. Loss. Law.
Government, madam.
Depend says law. How the law will enter? Company law. Very good. That is why the companies are registered. Okay. The companies are registered. But if I show the accounts, right, it is lost. It is nobody's mistake. Okay. I have not done the business properly. So it has gone to loss. Now what to do? I have properly done. Okay. But it is sometimes it happens. Okay. Is the scenario possible or not? Very much possible.
Possible.
And we witness a lot of companies going down. Okay. And a lot of people losing their money. So to avoid these things, the corporate governance has come. So what the corporate governance do? What the governor do in a state? Exactly. So a chief minister is of course elected by the people. He is responsible for the day-to-day activities. He has a lot of officers, ministers, lot of what do you say, IAS officers, everything is there. But still, the decisions are taken by the group of these people. And if something goes wrong, who will be affected and victimized? The people. Right? So to safeguard the interest, we keep one person on top. That is called as governance, governor on top. So that whatever major decisions this setup takes, it has to go through him so that he is an independent person, right? He doesn't, that is why the governors are not attached to any party or they are not elected. So he is like a representative of the people's interest. So he takes care of the safety of the people in the in the entire country or state. So we have president or throughout for the country and governors as his representative for the states. So this is governance, right? A check to the administration. So that is what exactly this governance is also doing. So what they have, they want to keep the transparency in the companies because the people, the administrators working are not entirely the owners of 500 crores in the company. It is given by thousands of people, lakhs of people, that 500 crores. So these people cannot be totally entrusted with these many people's lives. Okay. So that is why we need transparency from the administration and whether they are complying with the statutory bodies and the law of the country. That is another one important point because see, they can do something illegal and they can go to jail, but who will be affected? All the lakhs of shareholders will be affected. So to safeguard the shareholders' interest and to the ethical conduct of business. That is an important and last point. The corporate governance is responsible for the ethical conduct of the business. So how the framework of CG works? It is coming under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and the SEBI, Securities and Exchange Board of India. This is the framework of CG. Okay, so every company will get registered under the company law, under the register of companies. So that comes under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and SEBI will regulate the exchange. So these two are responsible for the framework, how the CG works. And how CG has emerged in India, if you are in the world, if you see, there are two important committees we should know about. One is the Cadbury Committee report in UK, which was a base laid out for the corporate governance. They gave the rules and regulations of how many directors should be there, how they should be selected, how long they can be director, how the honorarium should be paid, what should be the scope of them, and what should be the role of them. All these are laid out by these committees. Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee is an Indian committee for the corporate governance. It came to India by 1999. So Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee is a, like what do you say, the base protocol of whatever we follow today for corporate governance in India. So these two committees are important.
One question.
Yes.
Ma'am, so SEBI is for all kinds of companies or only for public companies?
Wherever that scope is there, it is whether private or public, that doesn't matter. When the scope of foreign exchange or the exchange is related, they can enter into that. The scope differs. Okay, so they have a say in whatever the policies and strategies of a company is changed. They have a very big say.
Sure, understood. Yeah, why I'm asking is like because the public only the stocks will be listed, right? And
Yes,
SEBI.
yes.
Okay, got it.
Yes, it is listed. But when the foreign exchange is disturbed by even private, they have the say. Okay, right. So this is what do you say? The process of the corporate governance. What are the vision, mission, goals, objectives, strategy, and objectives? All these are. So corporate governance, you can see, is the core of the company. So around them, first is the board of directors and the committees. Okay, the committees are like audit committee and other committees comes under them. Then under them, legal and regulatory framework is decided. The organization hierarchy includes a little bit of corporate governance. I'll show in the next diagram. So what do? They monitor the internal control. Exactly, the first scope of work is that they will not directly enter into the day-to-day activities, but they will, what do you say, they will strategize and approve the day-to-day activities. Okay, so every file they need not sign, but what file should be signed, that protocol will be signed by them, right? And they will be ensuring the transparency and accountability of the company's accounts, because that is where all these things happens. When the now that's why you can see that the annual accounts will be published even in the newspaper. Public limited companies has to do the transparency has reached to that limit, because why that came, the shareholders are widespread. Sometimes it is that they doesn't receive the mail or that. So they say that now they publish in the newspaper, any shareholders who has invested even 10 rupees can see to that. So that leads to policies and procedures. So this is how the corporate governance work in a company in all the framework. This is what I told you about. This is exactly, if you see that, you will understand the corporate governance very easily. See, do you see the pyramid triangle? That is a management, okay, administration. And do you see the hierarchy there? That is called as organogram. You would have studied as structures of organizations, right? You can see that at top, a yellow box is that is like CEO, and underneath him vice presidents may be there. Under him officers will be there. So this is how the hierarchy goes down. Can you see top to bottom? Am I right? Are you able to see?
Yes, madam.
Yes or no? Yes. See, actually these pictograms and it has a meaning. So hierarchy is organogram. We draw like this flow chart. So from that you will know how the authority comes down, and the communication channels are depicted by the lines. Okay, so that is why we draw like that. See, for example, the person who is at the bottom cannot directly bypass the superior and go to his superior. That is why the lines are drawn. If he has to meet the superior, he has to go through his immediate superior. We get my point? That is why the pictogram is drawn like this, in a pyramid shape, in a triangle shape, so that the people at the bottom, the population of lower management and lower labor team will be very heavy, and it goes less and less and less when it goes to the top management. Right? So that is why we use a triangle shape. But you can see the corporate governance is drawn as a circle on top of the triangle. and the circle occupies a little bit of management. Can you see that? So that means two things. One is the top management people are part of this corporate governance. Okay, that means the managing director is also a director of the board, right? The independent directors can acquire the post of CEO or any other, say for example VC, and they are also part of the administration, right? So you can see that pictograms here. The yellow boxes are executive directors who are also in the corporate governance. But those managers with the X in the box are not shareholders, so they are not on the board. Okay, so now see the circle of governance. The governance is not hierarchical, it is not a pyramid shape, it's not a triangle shape. It is in a circle shape. What does that mean? Everybody is equal in the governance. Do you get my point? And there is no hierarchy. Anyone can talk to anyone. You can draw lines to all the dots. Any director can directly communicate to other director. No hierarchy. All are equal. Right? So who are they? They are independent directors and non-executive directors. Okay? So they are shareholders essentially. They were elected as directors by all the shareholders. So they are outside the administration. They can be connected. They may not be connected. And they are independent of the administration. Are you able to understand? So this picture will give you the exact nice understanding of how corporate governance works and how important it is. And you can see that is why it is on top of the management, because they can control the management. They are the people who will decide upon the policies and procedures of the management. Are you able to understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you move to the next? Yes. Okay.
Ma'am, you said non-connected also. Just wanted to understand non-connected.
Yes.
How will get the access of the company's results or information?
Non-connected means within the director. Say for example, if it is a private limited company, usually if you say all the 50 will be relatives, father, mother, everybody will have the shares. Okay, they are all connected. All the directors will be connected and they will be elected as directors. The same way in private limited company also, it is about floating of shares and buying the shares. Okay, how in private limited, public limited company, one owns the company, you think one who has more number of shares, right? How the directors are selected, you should know. Can anyone tell me how to select a director? How the board of directors are selected in organization?
Who have the maximum number of shares. Otherwise, he was the expert in the subject matter, or else
Voting system. Voting system. Not
Yes,
just
yes.
if you hold number of shares, you cannot be the director.
Okay.
Okay, it is like a election. In a general body meeting, every year there will be an annual general body meeting, and in the general body meeting, there will be election of directors. But unless like we vote here, what happens in a regular vote? One person, one vote, right? But in the general body meeting election, board of directors election, how it will be? One share, one vote, right? So I am starting a company. I hold 51% of shares, right? And I am contesting to be the director. Who will be the director? You tell me. Obviously me. I have 51% of shares. Who I will vote for? I will vote for me. Right? One vote, one share. So just if I vote and come back, I have already given myself 51% of vote. Whoever you want to vote, doesn't matter for me because I will become the director. Are you able to understand? So one share, one vote system. That is why whoever is having the number of shares, more number of shares, will become the owner of the company. That means not owner in the sense they will have the say. They will become the director. They will become the managing director. So they will be in the executive position. They can control the day-to-day affairs of the company. Are you able to understand? That is why. So in a private limited company, what happens? I give my shares to my son, daughter, my relatives, to everyone. Okay. So we will, as a group, we will have the say of who will be the director, who will be the managing director. Right? Usually in very big companies, like what we are seeing, like big players in the, say for example, cotton mills or textile industries or refineries, like this very big portfolio, big public limited companies, owning 51% of share is very high, not possible. Okay. So what happens that if you hold even 20% of the company share, you will be the boss. You can select whoever you want to be the director. So that's how it goes. Okay. That is how you can see that we will come to that. Why this corporate governance has come, because of some scandals. Then only the protocols have been cleared. Like you would have heard about Satyam scandal, Harshad Mehta scandal. These two are milestones of scandals in India. How the share market can be manipulated, how the corporates are working. Satyam scandal is like the foundation for why we started having these audit committees and all. It will come. You know why? Because you can manipulate the share value. You can say that I have earned profit. The company is earning this much of profit and I am giving dividend to this much to the shareholders. It might be fake. But what about the public? They think that, see, this company is giving this much of shares. Sorry, this much of dividend profit. So what I will do? I tend to invest in that company even the share price is high. When I am buying the share at a higher price, that means the company is able to bring in more investment to the company. Say for example, 10 rupees worth of shares. When sold as 1000 rupees per share, think about the amount of investment the company can bring in. Are you able to follow? Are you able to get the point?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, ma'am.
It is 990
Right? So
rupees
these are
excess
called
profit.
manipulations, audit manipulations. Right? See, if I invest 10 rupees share, buy for 1000 rupees, what will happen to me? But the company is not really that much profitable. Right? Say after 2-3 years, it will bunk. So whatever I have invested lakhs of rupees, I will not get back. Am I right? So this is where the governance will come in. This is where the governance will see to the accounting transparency and will they should not ethically. That is why we studies in business ethics, So this is for the ethical conduct of the business. They should keep an eye that the administration and the executive director should not do the malpractice and manipulation of these shares, right? So that is how it works. So Rajiv Kumar, are you able to understand? So the companies work with one share, one vote, and that is how you become the big person in a company. Your say will be heard of. Okay. So that is why you would have seen in many films that overnight one person will acquire and next morning he will go and sit in the MD chair. The MD will come and get shocked. Have you seen? They are so dramatically made. It doesn't happen like that. Overnight it cannot happen. It can happen, but you cannot go and sit in that chair overnight. But dramatically they are showing that it is true. You can acquire a company in the share market under various names, and if you have a significant amount of shares, number of shares in a company, so you have the control over the company. That is true. Okay, right. So what is the audit committee? So audit committee is again a set of people from the board of directors. From the board of directors, you select independent people. Independent in the sense it should not be say father and son once again. What is the then the audit committee's meaning is not there, right? See, what is the audit committee? Audit committee should check whether the account notes are proper or not, right? This is internal audit committee by the board of directors. When that will be meaningful? When you don't have the relatives in the committee, right? So that is why we often say it should be independent persons, right? Who are not related that much. They should be selected by the board of directors. They should be experienced enough, mature enough. They should know about the mechanism of internal reporting. They should know what should be given to the external, because external audit also will be there. This is the internal auditing system. So auditing committee will give the scope of how, and auditing committees has a very important role. They will be assessing how the finance officer and operations people are working. Right, the top management, how it is working, they will have the scope of assessing them. So that is what we call as audit committees. In the same way, the independent directors already have told you. Independent directors are non-executive directors. Okay, they will not have a day-to-day work in the company. They should not be like anywhere the stakeholder. They should not be the supplier, raw material supplier to the company. They should not be a substantial shareholder. He should not be like a higher valued person. He should not be related to the auditor, or he should not be related to the topmost person. Right? Essentially, what we mean, a director should be a honest person who is not having ties with others. See, because what is the most common ethical dilemma and ethical issue any person has, even a honest person, why the ethical dilemma comes, when he is threatened or blackmailed with his loved ones, everybody bucks it. Everybody will buckle up. Right? Because what is the cost you will be paying? If it is their own life also okay. But if you are threatening someone with their loved ones, no scope. There is no way a person can withstand that. Very rare. That is why we say there should be no connection. The director should be a separate person, so that he can voice out if he finds out anything is going on. Right? So when this has become very strong, after the Satyam scandal, as I told you, they have done really, if I'm remembering correct, the scandal went up to 7,000 crores of rupees, I think. When I'm talking about some 15-20 years ago, maybe more than that. Then think about the inflation rate and what would be the rate of money by that time. That has shaken the entire share market world of India. This one and another one scam, Harshad Mehta scandal, if you remember. Harshad Mehta, this at least Satyam was a company, they did the manipulation. Harshad Mehta was just a stock broker, share broker in the market. So what they did with the banks, he got coalition with the hand in glove with the bank and managers of the bank branches, and very big nationalized bank we are talking about. So what they did, they have invested in a lot of these shares, that shares, and they will say that they'll just manipulation of higher rate of shares they'll buy. Then the company will go down. Then they will say that the share value has come down. So that was including the banks. If I'm right, that would be around 15,000 crores or something, right? So these two are a biggest scars in Indian history of share market. These two have actually woke up. They have woke up all the people to think about how to have a proper corporate governance on the place to avoid the future scandals like this. Okay. If you are interested, you just go Google through the cases, whatever we have discussed today. It is not only interesting, it will be very scary, how we are not see. It is happening in front of our eyes, under the nose. But many times we are not able to find it out. So that is why. So these are the very good examples of how the scams can happen in the share market, right? Okay, any doubts in this one? Shall we go to the next topic? As it is also time. Any doubts so far? Okay, there is no doubt. So we are moving on. So the next topic is CSR, corporate social responsibility. I told this about in the first class. What is social responsibility? Social responsibility is like, not littering on the road, not breaking the white pumpkin on the road. Because see, you might be taking off the evil eye of your company or house, whatever it is, not at the cost of other person who is falling with that, right? That is responsibility. So what do we see? What do we say usually about the social responsibility? You know, of two steps. One is do good, do good. Okay, that is do something good for other person. Social responsibility. See, because I am able to see, I have eyes, but somebody has born without eyes. He is blind. So if I want to help, I can help him cross the road. Right? Do good. And the second part is do no harm. If at all you are not doing any good, please don't do any harm. That is the second part of social responsibility. As just now I told, break the pumpkin on the road. So a scooter wala can skid and fall down. Don't do any harm. That is also the social responsibility. Don't put garbage on the road. Are you able to understand? So this is the two way. This is social responsibility. So what is corporate social responsibility? Because business houses exploit the society, exploit the nature, exploit the resources. No denying in that. No arguing in that. Right? We drink soft drinks like anything in the, what do you say, in the summer, right? We go buy bottles, liters of water. This main content is water, right? Am I right or not? What is it? Sugar and water with color. Okay. So that much of water, imagine one day you are buying this much of water, right? Whose water is that? How much they are paying for the water? I also have a share in that, in the water. My children, my grandchildren, they also have a share in that. Now you are taking it out, right? And you are selling that on top. Who? To me. Are you able to understand? This is why it's a small example of water. You take up all the other things. When a corporate is set up, you know, you can see the state governments will advertise like a mela to other foreign companies. We will give you land, we will give you electricity, we will give you water, we will give you free access to the port, we will give you free commutation. You just come and invest in our state. Why? We will have the turnover, we will have employment opportunities created. Fine. But we are giving land, water, resource. Am I right? So, as a member of society, all of us have a say. So the corporates do have the social responsibility. No denying in that. They have to give back. Are you able to accept this, or do you want to argue? Any opposite, what do you say, thoughts on this? Is it right or not?
Fair, ma'am.
Yes. So the CSR has three components: social, economical, and environmental. People are exploited, people are getting benefit both ways. Still, for the what do you say, exploitation, compensation is needed. Environment, just now we discussed. Economy, they are earning profits. No business they are going to run in loss, right? They are rich, so they have to give back to the society. One man cannot be there. Equity has to be thought about. Equity and equality is the main goal of SDG now, right? So these three: social, economy, and environment. So CSR is the what do you say, core of these three things. So what do we say? Livable, viable, equitable. So these three are the mantras for CSR.
So one,
So when you are, yes,
yeah. So I had one argument. So
yes.
like instead of directly looking for like CSR or something, it shouldn't be government's role to pull more taxes from companies and then give it to the society.
What is the government role?
No, I'm saying instead of we expecting from the company, the government should pull more fund or taxes from these companies and then give it to the
Yeah,
society.
they are doing. They are pulling the taxes from them. They are monitoring. They are curtailing. They should not do harm to the society. Okay. So these are the basics. But what happens in the what is the reality? in the first class I told you, in the business ethics, in the reality, the tax, when the government is deciding on the tax, before it comes to us, it is overviewed by the companies, by the corporates, industries, associations. You know that? The budgets. Discussion itself, they are included. That is why you see even every budget, after every budget, there will be a cry from the opposition party and the people that the consumable articles are for the middle class, the tax will be a little bit high, and for the higher consumables like car or other things which are luxurious item, the tax might be low. Have you noticed that? Always there will be a debate on the budgets, right? Why is that? Because corporates have a say on that, right? Corporates have a say on your budget, how much taxes. So the government hands are tied. What is a government? Let's think frankly. What is a government? Governments are maybe parties, right? What are parties? Parties are group of people who need fund. Where do they earn from? Are parties working and earning? Where do they get the fund from? The funds are donations. The parties has to work. They have to get the donations. Who can give donations? I stop here. You just ask the questions further and explore. Who give the donations?
Corporates.
Right? So, what I mean to say, at the end of the day, if you see as separate units, you will see people. All of them are human at every path. Every human has needs. Right? Every human has their own ethics. Every human have their own limits. Just now we discussed. They can be threatened. If you also want to be good, they can be threatened. Anyway, so the society has a way of working, the culture is slowly moving towards something. That is why we stress again and again about the individual ethics and not doing harm, at least. Right? So the government has limits. You can pull taxes, but they can evade taxes. Even in pulling tax, you have limits. But this is about the responsibility. This is not about the obligation. The obligation is you have to pay the tax. You have to be compliance with the legality. But what we are talking about is your responsibility. Right? See, for example, as a father, his obligation is to feed the children. Right? But it is his responsibility to give them good education. Do you see the difference between the both? A person can send his children to government school also, or a person can send his children to a very good school also. Government school also good schools, I'm not saying that. I mean to say economically. Right? Economically, he can work hard, go for overtime, earn, and send them for a private school also. That is responsibility. It's not obligation. Nobody is going to hang you for that. But if you are not feeding your children and they are starving, they will put you in, it is offense, right? So that's what my meaning is. The corporates have responsibility to, not only the obligation, right? They have to pay back to the society. That is paying back. You are taking a lot from the society, so you are supposed to pay back to the society. That is responsibility, right? So how you can do that? You can pay back to the employees through welfare schemes, sending them on vacations, all those things, to shareholders, giving them more bonus and dividends, to suppliers a proper fair of price, to customers not cheating them, right? Giving them the fair trade practices. The local community is often what is understood as CSR, but it has all these things. That's why I am particularly saying. Often when we say CSR, we think that giving back to the community is part of CSR and to the environment. Planting more trees, all those things. Okay, so all these are activities of the CSR. So giving to your own employee is also CSR, right? That is more than the salary. You are compensating them with salary. But say, for example, a person has some ailment, medical ailment, Apart from the policy of the organization, if you are able to help him, we call it as a CSR activity. Okay, I think we are running past the time, so I stop with this. I request you to go through these SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, so you just go through that. We will discuss in the next class next week. So this, as I told you, this is given by the UN. United Nations have given these SDGs. So this is now like the mantra for the CSR for all the corporates. You can follow any of this. Out of the 17 goals, any of these can be taken as your goal, CSR goal. We will, if there is time permit in the next class, we will discuss this also and a case study also. Okay, and we have one more unit to finish. So next class will be our final class. We will complete with that. If you have any doubts, next class will clarify all those things, right? Thank you very much for patient listening. Sorry, I'm winding up. I have to go for another class. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
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 Good afternoon to all of you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, take a breath and then we'll
Good
start.
afternoon,
1 minute, 1 minute. Yeah, very good afternoon. Shall we start now? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So we were almost comes to an end. Only the 2 units are left. So this much only we could able to do it because of the lack of the time and all. So we are already in the 4th unit, which we need to discuss about it today regarding the HRM functions and activities which are supposed to perform and all. So the HRM actually from your material only I'm just sharing it, whatever it is. So today I will share at the end of the class, I will share the 2 emails are given to me. With that I will share the PPTs, and later in the next week I'll upload it in the drive and all. So let us start the class now. Sorry. Yes. So we were here discussing about the HR functions. manpower planning, training and development, recruitment, selection, training and development, induction, all those are the responsibilities of the HR, human resource department and all. So then another one which is the most important function which is performed by the HR is the compensation and productivity. So what is the compensation? How do we increase the productivity? So these are the things which we need to focus on it today. So how the compensation is motivating the employees, or what is the concept of compensation, and what is the influence of this compensation on enhancing the productivity of the company and all. See here, in spite of taking certain measures like safety measures, all providing all infrastructure facilities to the employees, certain kind of accidents will take place, irregularities will take place, and then these are the causes for sometimes the employees need to get the compensation because of the loss which has occurred to them by the management.
Is the class started?
Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, sir, visible.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Last class, we have started regarding this financing decision or capital structure. How the company firm is raising the fund from various sources, different sources. We have seen that and also leverages, operating leverages, financial leverage and combined leverages. We have seen in the last class and EBIT, EPS analysis. Through these different sources, how the firm is paying cost for the different sources to the investors and which one is ideal capital structure in terms of high return, low cost. We have seen EBT, EBIT, EPS analysis, leverages. So here, with the continuation of that, we are going to see capital structure theories. We have some theories here for capital structure. Capital structure, as I have told you, firm is having the different capitals like equity capital, debt capital, preference capital, right? So these are
Retained earnings.
sir some. Okay, thank you. So here different sources, equity, debt, preference. These are the different sources of capital. So what are the factors deciding this capital? How it will be this capital structure? First should be control. Control means the existing shareholders continue to hold majority of stakeholder. If the company is raising further capital, it should be more for existing shareholders. That means the company have to reinvest their profit in their business itself, and risk should be always tolerable limit. That should be minimal risk should be there. Here what they are telling that capital structure should be designed in such a manner that financial risk of the company does not increase the beyond tolerate limit. Financial risk we have seen in the financial leverage, the EBIT to EPS part, right? Different capital we are paying interest for debt capital, preference fixed dividend for preference capital. These are the financial risk. We can say these are the cost we are giving. No? That cost should be minimum tolerable limit. That should be and overall cost of capital. All the capital we are paying. No? That overall cost of capital should be minimum. That is weighted average cost of capital. If it is minimum, you can earn more profit and also your value of the company will increase. So here, first one is since we are saying about this cost and value, we have to remember these formulas. First one is value of the firm. Value of the firm equal to EBIT, that is earning before interest and tax divided by overall cost of capital or weighted average cost of capital. The formula for the value of the firm is will from the EBIT we have to divide this overall cost of capital. So here if you find out overall cost of capital, this formula, we can take this value of the firm to here. EBIT divided by value of the firm equal to overall cost of the capital or weighted average capital, cost of capital. So here K at some place it is mentioned as KW also, that is weighted average cost of capital, K naught or KW. Cost of debt into weight of debt plus cost of equity into weight of equity. This is the overall cost of capital. In this, here it is written in the letters. Here it is in the symbols. KD into D. D is a weight of debt. How much amount? If it is debt capital is 1 lakh rupees, that is weight of debt, and divided by D plus S. D is here. the weight of debt, and S is weight of the equity, the market value of the equity. If you say some 2 lakhs from debt, 3 lakhs from equity means here 2 plus 3, 5 lakhs, here it will be. So the D is 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs divided by 5 lakhs it will be. Then for equity also we have to put here KE is cost of the equity, and S is the value of the equity, and DS is the overall value of the cost, debt and equity. This D plus S is a value of the total value of the firm. We can say debt plus equity. Here we have mentioned value of the firm V equal to S plus D. Okay. So here in this, K naught is the weighted average capital, KD is the cost of capital, D is the market value of the debt, S is the market value of the equity, K is the cost of equity. They have given here. Here, if you want to find out value of the firm, we know S plus D, and if it is in the formula, we have to find out value of the firm is EBIT divided by overall cost of capital. If you want to find out the market value of the equity, okay, that is S, right? S is equal to NI divided by KE. NI is net income. After paying this debt capital, how much amount is available to the equity holder? That is NI divided by KE is cost of the equity. Okay. So value of the firm is depends upon earning of the firm. Earning of the firm is NI, that is, and its cost of capital. Okay. Capital structure decision will decide weight of the debt and equity, and ultimately overall cost of the capital as well as the value of the firm. So here everything will be considered. You have seen no here cost of capital. So each and every component, weight of the debt, equity, and overall cost of the firm, and value of the firm, value of the, this everything is considered under the capital structure decision. So the capital structure is relevant in the maximizing value of the firm and minimizing the overall cost of capital. Obviously, if you minimize the cost of capital, the value of the firm automatically will increase according to this formula also. And if the cost is reduced, you will get more profit, then profit will be distributed to the shareholders. So here, these are the capital structure theory, capital structure relevance theory, irrelevance theory is there. According to this, they are saying that relevance theory, the capital structure is relevant to the, under relevance theory, the capital structure is relevant to the company's value of the firm, which means the capital structure means that cost of capital we will find out, no? That is relevant to the value of the firm, whether it is increasing or not, we will see one by one. We have a net income approach, traditional approach, net operating, and Modic learning Miller approach. So first one is net income approach. In this net income approach, we can say it is a relevance theory. Relevance theory means this capital structure is relevant to the value of the firm. Okay, so net income approach proposes that there is a definite relationship between capital structure and value of the firm. The capital structure of the firm influences its cost of capital, that is overall cost of capital, and thus directly affects the value of firm. So this cost of capital for the capital structure, that is different capitals, it is affecting the value of the firm according to this net income approach. So assumption are this net income approach assumes that the continuous increase in debt does not affect the risk perception of the investor, which means if you increase the debt capital in your capital structure, it will not give more risk, they are telling, and the cost of debt KD is always less than the cost of equity KE. The assumption under NI approach, net income approach, the corporate income taxes are do not exist, which means there is no corporate tax. As per the NI approach, higher use of debt capital will result in reduction of weighted average cost of capital. If you increase your debt capital, the overall cost of capital will be decreasing. So if the overall cost of capital will be decreasing means according to this formula here, if you see value of the firm equal to EBIT divided by overall cost of capital. If this overall cost of capital, if you keep on decreasing means the value of the firm according to the formula itself, it is increasing. So they are telling that only the value of the firm is already earnings is EBIT divided by weighted average cost of capital, that is So earnings EBIT is being constant and weighted average cost of capital is reduced. That means your cost of capital is reducing, then automatically value of the firm is always increasing. Thus, as per NA approach, a firm will have maximum value at point where weighted average cost of capital is minimum. So, where is the minimum? If it is 2, 3 weighted average capital, cost of capital is there, where is minimum? If you choose minimum, your value of the firm will be always high. And the firm is almost debt financed, which means if the firm is almost got debt means only from the debenture on funds. In that point, value of the firm is high according to this NI approach. So here in this graph, we can see here KD is cost of debt and K is cost of equity. We know this KW is or K naught. Here in this text, it is given as K naught. It is a weighted average cost of capital. If you increase, see the first one is K is in the top and KD is in the bottom. So if you increase the KD from here 0 to, if you increase the overall cost of capital, first time if it is 0, the cost of capital is, or the overall weighted average cost of capital is, which is equal to cost of equity, and keep on increasing this cost of debt, your cost of overall cost of capital, that is weighted average cost of capital is keep on decreasing. By seeing this curve, this one KW, you can see if you increase your debt capital, the cost of overall cost of capital will decrease. That means weighted average cost of capital. So here you can see some one example we have given. Calculate the value of the firm and weighted average cost of the capital for the following capital structure. So here value of the firm, what is the formula for value of the firm? We have seen EBIT divided by the overall cost of capital, right? So, and also we have to see whether if you increase this cost of debt, whether the overall cost of capital is decreasing or not. By this example, we have to see. So, EBIT of the firm, they have given 2 lakh rupees, and KE, cost of equity is 10%, and KD, that is cost of debt, that is 6% they have given. They have given different. We have, I have told you, if you increase this debt, how the whether this weighted average capital is decreasing or not. If it is decreased, value of the firm always increasing. So we will see that one. So here for that they have given 3 debt. First one is 500, case one 500,000, that means 5 lakhs, and second case is 7 lakhs they have given, and third case is 2 lakh they have given. This is a different debt. By increasing or decreasing, we have to see whether the overall cost of capital increasing or not. Okay, so first case we have already this EBIT is given 2 lakh. So for all the 3 cases, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs. Then from the EBIT we have to minus the interest. Okay, so here interest means debt capital, the cost of debt, that is 6%, right? So that is 6% of case 1, how much is the debt? Case 2, how much is the debt? Case 3, how much is the debt? For these 3 debt, 6% of each debt. So interest is 6% of 5 lakh will be 30,000. If you find out the 6% for 5 lakh, you will get 30,000. In the case 2, it is 42,000 for 7 lakhs debt, 6%. And for case 3, it is debt is 2 lakh, then 6% is 12,000. So then if you minus this interest from the EBIT, you will get the EBT. So EBT is, if you minus this 30,000 from 2 lakhs, you will get 1,70,000. Here you will get 1,58,000, since it is 42,000 is interest. Here again 12,000 only interest, so you will get 1,88,000. So you will get EBT. Then now what you have to find out? Value of the equity. That is KE already we have given 10% is the KE, right? So 10% we have to put in the each three cases, then value of the equity. Before finding out the value of the firm, we have to find out the value of the equity and value of the debt. Then only we can find it out the value of the firm. Because value of the firm is combination of debt and equity. We have seen no S plus D. So here debt is they have given, but equity amount we don't have. So value of the equity formula is we have seen here in this slide. Value of the equity S equal to NI divided by KE, net income. Net income available to shareholders, equity shareholders divided by cost of equity. So here after debt, that income available to equity shareholder is, that is EBT. So that is 1,70,000 divided by cost of equity KE. So if you do this, you will get the value of equity, that is 1,70,000 divided by 10% means you will get the 17 lakhs. Here you will get 15 lakh for case 2, you will get value of equity is 15 lakh 80,000. And case 3 you will get 18 lakh 80,000 as a value of equity. Equity, this is nothing but EBT, that is net income available to the equity shareholders divided by cost of equity, that is value of equity. This 10%, this EBT is divided by this 10% in each cases. So you have find out this value of equity here. 17 lakh, 15 lakh 80,000, 18 lakh 80,000, and value of the debt already given in the problem itself, that is 5 lakh for case 1, 7 lakh for case 2, and 2 lakh for the case 3, right? So total value of the firm you can find out value of debt plus the value of equity. So that is the total value of the firm. So total value of the firm here it will be 17 lakhs plus 5 lakh, it will be 22 lakhs. Likewise, if you do the calculation for this, yes.
Can you please explain this again?
Which one, man?
Value of equity.
Value of equity, we have the formula already, right? In this slide, I have told you, no? So net income divided by cost of equity. This is okay. Net income means the income available to the equity shareholders. When the income will be available to equity shareholders after paying the debt, right? So from the EBT, if you pay the debt means interest. If you pay the interest, you will get the EBT. This is the value available for the equity shareholders, that is net income. EBT is the net income divided by cost of equity, which is given in the problem itself, that is KE, 10%. So if you divide this EBT divided by KE, it is mentioned here, value of equity, EBT divided by KE, you will get 17 lakh for case 1, right? If you divide this EBT 15 lakh 80,000 divided by 10%, 1,58,000 divided by 10%, you will get 15 lakh 80,000. Likewise, if you do this, you will get 18 lakh 80,000 for case 3, value of equity. Okay, understand, ma'am? This one.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sir, here tax is not deducted from EBT.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Here in the assumption itself, it is given there is no corporate income tax, do not exist according to this theory here.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So here value of the debt we are getting in the problem itself. So for the case 1 it is 5 lakh rupees, and case 2 7 lakh rupees, case 3 2 lakh rupees, right? So total value of the firm, debt plus equity, we have seen. Debt is here 5 lakhs and equity is 17 lakhs for the case 1. So total value of the firm will be 22 lakhs. Likewise, if you calculate for these two cases, case 2, case 3, you will get 22 lakh 80,000, 20 lakhs 80,000. Here, value of the firm you have find it out from this calculation. So here, calculate the value of the firm. We have find it out on the weighted average cost of capital. What is the formula for weighted average cost of capital? We have seen in the first slide, which is weighted average cost of capital equal to EBIT divided by total value of the firm. Here I have shown, this one. Value of the firm, EBIT divided by overall cost of capital. If you want to the overall cost of capital, that is weighted average capital, you have to divide this EBIT divided by the value of the firm. This you will get as a weighted average cost of capital equal to 9.9%, 09%, which means okay, the different case here 8.77%, for this 9.62%. So here EBIT is how much? 2 lakhs divided by this total value of the firm, this 22 lakhs. Okay. If you do, you will get 9.09 for case 1, 8.77 for case 2, and case 3 9.62%. So you have find out the value of the firm as well as weighted average cost of capital. Now, if you see this graph, if you increase the debt to capital, your overall weighted average cost of capital is reducing according to the theory. We have to see here. The first case, here we have the 5 lakh rupees debt. In the second case, it is 7 lakh rupees. So if you are increasing here, if you increase 5 to 7 lakhs, whether the overall weighted average capital cost of capital is decreasing or not. So here 9.9%, 09% to 8.77%, it is decreasing. Again, in the third case, if you see, it is 2 lakh rupees. But from the 5 lakh rupees, 2 lakh rupees, it is decreasing. In that case, what it will happen? The weighted average cost of capital will be increasing. That is 9.62%. From 9.09% to 9.62%. Here, weighted average cost of capital is, while reducing the debt, it is increasing. While increasing the debt, the weighted average cost of capital is decreasing.
Sir, here
Next. Yes, sir.
How the we have calculated WSCC, sir?
So WSCC is the overall cost of capital. I have told you, in this formula, value of the firm is EBIT divided by weighted average cost of capital. If you want weighted, yes, sir.
Correct, sir. Even see here you have calculated the value of the firm, right? So
Yes, sir.
to get the value of the firm, EBIT
Yes,
is
sir.
given. We have to just get the WSCC, right?
Yes,
To
sir.
calculate the value of this. So WSCC from how you will calculate this? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, sir. We have EBIT already given in the sum, and we have find out total value of the firm. Total value of the firm is both equity and debt. We have found it out here. Value of the equity and debt is given. Value of the debt is given. So that combination of the both debt and equity is value of the firm. I told you, So EBIT is here 2 lakh rupees, sir.
Correct, sir.
Then divided by how much it is for the first case, 22 lakhs, right?
Okay, so value of the firm is given. That's what you're saying.
What, sir?
So this is the value of the firm. It is given. That's what you're saying,
Yes.
sir.
No, value of the firm we have calculated, sir. We have calculated from this one, no? Value of the equity, value of the debt. Value of the debt is given, value of the equity we have calculated from the calculation. Then we have find out the value of the firm, sir. Here I have told you, EBIT minus interest, then EBT divided by KE. That is value of the equity, sir. We have found out here, sir.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So next one is traditional approach. So here what they telling, the approach favor as the result of financial leverage up to some point. That means cost of capital comes down and value of the firm increases, which means financial leverage, I have told you, EBIT to EPS, right? The second part. So financial leverage means different, this for debt capital. So if you increase the debt capital up to certain point, the overall cost of capital will decrease. That time value of the firm will increase. After beyond that point, if you increase your debt capital, the value of the firm will decrease. That means the weighted average cost of capital will start increasing. We'll see In the next slide, if you see, you can understand it easily. So here, this principal implication of this approach is that the cost of capital is dependent on the cost of capital structure, and there is an optimal capital structure which minimizes the cost of capital. The traditional approach confirms the existence of optimal capital structure, where WACC, where weighted average cost of capital is minimum and value of the firm is maximum. As per this approach, the best possible mix of debt and equity will maximize the value of the firm. So here there is one point. In that point, that means there is one combination debt and equity. In that point, weighted average cost of capital is minimum and value of the firm is maximum. So here, traditional approach, there is 3 stages. Value of the firm with the increase in borrowings. Value of the firm is increases with an increase in borrowings, which means debt to capital. As a result, value of the weighted average capital reduces gradually. This phenomenon is up to certain point. From starting to certain point, there is a decrease in the weighted average capital due to increase of this debt capital. At the end of this phenomenon, the reduction in weighted average capital ceases and it tends to stabilize, which means up to that point only it will reduce and started stagnant. Further increase, borrowing will not affect the weighted average capital, cost of capital, and the value of the firm will also stagnate. Increase in debt beyond this point, increase the shareholders' risk, which means financial risk, and hence KE, that is cost of equity, increases. KD also rises to higher debt. The weighted average cost of capital also increases, value of the firm decreases. So here, if you see this graph, you can understand the theory. So here, first one is KE, that is cost of equity. The last one is KD, that is debt capital. The middle one, this line is KW, that is weighted average capital. If you increase this KD up to certain point, this is A, up to this point, overall cost of capital is decreasing. After that point, it is increasing, which means if up to what point the cost of capital, overall cost of capital, that is weighted average cost of capital, is decreasing, that time value of the firm increasing. So the relationship between weighted average cost of capital and value of the firm is inversely, right? So if you decrease this weighted average cost of capital up to point A, that time the value of the firm will be increasing by increasing the debt. After that, if you increase further after this point A, your debt, the overall cost of capital will be increasing and value of the firm will be decreasing. So here, for this theory, they have given one example. So here EBIT is 1,50,000, presently 100% equity finance. So presently means the present case they have given here, there is no debt, only equity. That is, they have given 100% equity with K is cost of equity 16%. Introduction of debt to the extent of 30 lakhs at 10% interest rate, or 5 lakh at 12%. In the case 1, there is 3 lakh, and case 2, it is 5 lakhs. The percentage 10% and 12% they have given. So what they are going to do, if you increase this debt, what will be happen in the weighted average cost of capital and value of the firm? We will see from this case. So for case 1, KE is 17%. Okay, K is cost of equity, and for case 2, it is 20%. Find out the value of the firm and weighted average cost of capital. So we have seen already value of the firm formula. We'll do according to that. The present case, there is no debt, and the case 1, present one, there is no debt, and case 1 we have seen 3 lakhs, and case 2 it is 5 lakhs. And rate of interest, since in the present in this case, since there is no debenture, there is no rate of interest, only this 100% equity finance, right? Debt capital is not there, so 0%. And case 1 is it is 10%. Here it is mentioned, and case 2 is 12%. Okay. So EBIT is already given. It is same for all the cases. 1,50,000, 1,50,000, 1,50,000. And for interest is, so since there is no debt capital, we'll put there is no interest, and here it is 10% of the debt cap component. They have given no 3 lakhs for the case 1. 10% of 3 lakhs is 30,000 they have given. Then for the case 2, it is 12%, right? So 12% of 5 lakh is, it is 60,000. So if you minus this interest from this EBIT, you will get the EBT, right? So for the first case, there is no interest. So EBT is obviously will be 1,50,000. And the second case, it will be, if you reduce this 30,000, you will get 1,20,000 as a EBT for the second case. And if you reduce this 60,000, you will get 90,000 for the as a EBT for the second case. Okay. So we have already cost of equity for these 3 cases, right? Case 1, case 2, and present scenario. Okay, the present scenario they have given in the first line itself 16%, and for case 1 they have given 17%. Case 2 it is 20%. If you want to find out the value of the equity, what is the formula I have told you? That EBT divided by KE, right? EBT, earning before tax. That is the earnings available to the equity shareholders divided by KE, cost of equity. Okay, cost of equity is in terms of percentage. If you do this 1,50,000 divided by 16%, you will get the value of equity as 9,37,500. For case 1, it is 7,05,882, and case 2 is 4,50,000. So we have total value of the firm. Since we have debt is given, so we can find out the total value of the firm. So total value of the firm is debt plus equity, value of debt plus value of equity. So here in the present scenario, there is no debt, only equity. So we will take the value of the equity as the value of the firm. 9,37,500, right? That is the value of the firm, total value of the firm. And here, if you find out for the case 1, if you want to find out this value of the firm, we have to add this value of the equity plus the debt, value of the debt they have given us 3 lakh rupees. So 7,05,882 plus this 3 lakh. So you will get 10,05,882 as a value of the firm in for case 1, and case 2 it will be 4,50,000 plus this debt capital 5 lakhs. So it will be totally the value of the firm is 9,50,000. So you have to find out the value of the firm here. Now you want to find out the weighted average cost of capital. So weighted average cost of capital, as I told you already, weighted average cost of capital equal to EBIT divided by value of the firm. So EBIT is here 1,50,000, and value of the firm is, we have found it total value of the firm 9,37,000 here. If you divide this for these 3 cases, you will get, for present scenario, it is weighted average capital cost of capital is 16%, and for case 1 it is 14.91%, and case 2 is 15.79%. So here what they are telling, the present scenario from equity to, if you increase the debt up to certain point, the weighted average cost of capital is decreasing. After certain point, there will be increasing, right? So here, if you see, first they have, in the first case, they have given 3 lakh as a debt from 0 to 3 lakh. Okay, that weighted average capital for this first case is 14.91%. From 16 to 14.91%, it is decreasing weighted average cost of capital. During this time, the value of the firm is increasing. If you increase further more, 3 lakhs, the next case is 5 lakhs they are telling. After 3 lakhs, it is 15.79%. So here it is started increasing weighted average cost of capital. According to this graph, you can see up to this point A. We can see this point is 3 lakh according to our sum, this one. Up to that, the weighted average cost of capital is decreasing. After that, it is started increasing the weighted average cost of capital. So here also, if you increase further debt from 3 lakh, the weighted average cost of capital is increasing. So here value of the firm will be decreasing. So we have to choose optimum capital structure from the case 1. So next is net operating income approach. Here this is this theory is irrelevance theory, which means the capital structure is irrelevant to the value of the firm. They are telling according to this theory, net operating income approach. Here operating income means only I have told in the operating leverage, the operating business operations only involved. That is fixed cost and variable cost, right? They are mentioning this one only, that business operation only directly related with the value of the firm, not the financial leverages, that is equity, debt, capital, those things. Okay. So here net operating income approach is the exact opposite to the net income approach. Value of the, as per the NOI approach, value of the firm is not dependent upon the capital structure. So net operating income approach suggests that the value of the firm is dependent on the operating income and the associated with the business risk. Change in the leverage, that means debts, fails to affect the value of the firm. Assumption of this approach is weighted average cost of capital is always constant. It depends upon the business risk. Business risk, which means this operation of the business. Okay. Value of the firm is calculated using the overall cost of capital only. The cost of debt KD is constant here. On corporate income taxes, there is no corporate income tax. So here, according to this one, they are telling that this weighted average cost of capital is always constant, even though if you are raising your debt to capital, it is not increasing. So only the business operations only affecting the value of the firm. If you see this graph here, cost of equity is in the first line, top line, and middle line is cost of capital, that is weighted average cost of capital, and third one is debt to capital. If you increase your debt to capital, there is no difference in the weighted average cost of capital. That is they are telling. Only business operation only it will affect the cost of capital, not the debt financing. So here again for this, they have given this one example here. Calculate the value of the firm and cost of equity for the following capital structure. They are asking us to calculate here value of the firm and cost of equity. So cost of equity only we have to calculate in this two approach. We have calculated weighted average cost of capital. Here EBIT is they have given 2 lakhs and weighted average cost of capital is, since it is a constant, they have given already. Okay, here according to this graph, only this cost of equity is changing, but cost of this one is weighted average cost of capital is constant. So they have given EBIT is 2 lakh rupees and weighted average cost of capital is 10% and KD, that is debt to capital, that is 6%. Debt is 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs under 3 option they have given. Okay, so for finding out the cost of equity, first we have to find out the value of the firm. From the value of the firm, we can able to get the value of the equity. From the value of the equity, we can find it out the cost of equity. So value of the firm, first we have to calculate, means what is the formula value of the firm, that is EBIT divided by weighted average cost of capital. That both the things we have here in the sum itself. Okay. So EBIT is 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs, and weighted average capital also same. So 10% is 10%. Okay. So from this value of the firm, we will get 20 lakhs for the all the three cases, right? So now what we have to value of the firm is combination of value of debt and value of equity. Okay, so if you have value of the debt already here, so 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs for these three cases. So if you put this 3, 4, 5, and you can find it out the value of the equity, right? So value of the equity is if you minus this value of the debt, 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs from the 20 lakhs for each three cases, you will get 70 lakhs for case 1, 16 lakhs for case 2, and 15 lakhs for the case 3. So this is the value of the equity. We have find out the value of the firm. From that we have reduced this value of debt, and finally we got the value of the equity. So from the value of the equity, we can find it out the cost of equity, right? So cost of equity we have seen in the formula. Value of the equity equal to net income divided by cost of equity. If you want the cost of equity from that, in this formula I am telling. So here value of the equity is NI, that is EBT divided by KE. If you want KE means this KE will come here and the value of the equity will come here. So value of the equity will be so here now we have to find out the value of the equity. We have find out from the minusing value of the firm. The debt we have deducted from the value of the firm, 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs, and we have find out the value of the equity. So next one is from the value of the equity, we have to find out the cost of equity. For cost of equity, we need EBT, right? EBT we need to. Here EBIT only we have. For finding out EBT, we need to deduct that interest. Interest is here they have given 6%. So 6% of debt is for three cases they have given, no? 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs. So 6% of 3 lakhs is 18,000 for case 1, that is option 1. And 6% of 4 lakhs, it is 24,000. And 6% of 5 lakhs, it is 30,000. If you deduct that, you will get the EBT. If you deduct this interest from the EBT, you will get the EBT. Right? EBT is 1,82,000 for case 1, and case 2 it is 1,76,000, and case 3 it is 1,70,000. So you have got EBT now. So from this you have to calculate the cost of equity. What is the formula for cost of equity? Cost of equity equal to EBT divided by value of equity. So if you change this formula, EBT divided by value of equity. EBT is we have find out for three cases, 1,82,000, 1,76, and 1,70,000. If you divide this EBT divided by value of the equity is 17 lakhs, 16 lakhs, 15 lakhs. If you divide these two, you get the cost of equity as 10.71%, 11%, and 11.33%. So this is the value of equity for this. They have asked us to calculate value of the firm and cost of equity. Cost of equity is in terms of percentage they have mentioned here. So next one is Modigliani and Miller approach. Here what they are telling, this calculation. Yes, sir.
Can you go to previous slide? Sir, here, value of equity, we have different definition. I mean, we have a different equation, EBT divided by cost of equity, right? To get the value of equity.
Yes, sir.
So here
Yes, sir.
we have minus value of the firm minus value of the data. That's what we did, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Value of the equity, we have this, I have told you, no, this formula. Value of the firm is S plus D. S is value of the equity, D is value of the debt. So if you have value of the firm and value of the debt, you can find out value of the equity, right, sir? According to this formula.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Got it. Thank you so much.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So next one is Modigliani-Miller approach. Here also they are telling that the capital structure is not relevant to the value of the firm. It is like a net operating income approach. Assumption are capital market are perfect and investor are free to buy, sell, switch between securities. Securities are infinitely divisible, which means they can buy any securities, any debt and any stocks, share anything. An investor can borrow without restriction at par with the firms. Investors are rational, informed of risk return of all securities, no corporate income tax or no transaction cost. So value of the firm is according to approach, value of the firm is independent of the capital structure. Value of the firm is equal to capitalist value of operating income. And value of the firm is market value of the equity, market value of the debt. They have already we have seen. So as per Modigliani-Miller approach, identical firm will have the same level of earnings as per approach. If the market value is value of identical or different, arbitrage process will take place, which means you can invest in equity or debt or combination of equity, that is arbitrary. In this process, investor will switch their securities between identical firm from leveraged firms to unleveraged firm. Unleveraged firms means there will be a debt to capital. If you put debt capital in your capital structure, that is leveraged firm and receive same returns from the both firm. Even though it is a mix of debt and equity or a debt alone, the return will be same, they are telling. So here they have given leveraged firm. Leveraged means there will be debt capital. Unleveraged means there will be only equity capital. Leveraged firm, value of the leveraged firm here is 1,10,000, and here is in the proportion of equity 60,000 and debt is 50,000. Cost of debt is 6%. EBIT they have given 10%, and investor hold 10% of share capital. So overall equity is 60,000, but investor, we are taking one investor is having 10% of share capital, that is 66,000. And unleveraged firm, there is value of unleveraged firm is 1 lakh rupees, that is all equity, and EBIT is 10,000. Same, and investor here also holding 10% of share capital. So here return from the we have to calculate the return from both the leveraged firm and unleveraged firm. So here if you see investment in the first case, leveraged firm is investment is how much the shareholder, I have told you, 10% of equity, that is 60,000 is 6,000. They have given this one only in the calculation, 10% into 1,10,000, that is overall capital minus 50,000, because they are going to take only equity share capital from here. Since it is 50,000 is debt capital, they are minusing this 50,000. So 10% of this 60,000 only. There directly we can put 10% of 60,000 equal to 6,000. They have given like this also. Then return for this investor hold 10% of shareholder, no? So how much it will be written? Written from the EBIT. EBIT is 10,000 and we have to give EBIT main return for equity shareholder. Before that we have to minus this interest. Interest is for debt capital 50,000. The cost of capital is 6%. So 6% of 50,000 will be here. How much it is? We have to calculate. 6% of 50,000 will be 3,000 and EBIT is 10,000. 10,000 minus 3,000, you will get 7,000. So 7,000 of 10%. 10% is the equity shareholders. Okay, they have given. So 10% of 7,000 will be 700. They have given. If you calculate the return for the leveraged form, which is both the debt and equity, you'll get the 700 as the return. So here it is from return from leveraged form. We'll go to the alternative strategy for this. Alternative strategy, what they are doing, sell the shares in L. L means leveraged form. They are having no. So 10% of 60,000 is 6,000 they are having no. Already we have seen. So we are selling that and borrow the personal leverage, which means the investor is borrowing some money. That is 10% of 50,000 they are borrowing. 50,000 debt capital, so since they are going to buy 10%, so that is 5,000. So buy shares in unleveraged firm. This firm is they have given fully equity, 10% of 1 lakh rupees. They have given 10,000. So you will get here. You will sell your shares from the leveraged firm and borrow some money and going to buy in the unleveraged firm. 10,000. So here investment is 10% share capital in the unleveraged firm. They have given that is 10,000 rupees. So return from this 10,000 rupees, you will get 1,000 rupees, right? The EBIT is you are having, since it is there is no debt capital, we are not minusing here that interest. So 10% of 10,000 EBIT only we have to take. From the EBIT 10% it is 1,000. So now what you have to do? So you have invested 10,000, you got return here 10,000, but you have borrowed some money, right? 5,000 rupees at the rate of 6% interest. So if you minus that 6% of interest of 5,000 rupees, that is 300, your net return will be 700 rupees. So both the firm have the same, even though it is a leveraged or unleveraged firm, the both return is same, 700 only. So according to Modigliani Miller approach, they are telling that there is no relevance of capital structure and value of the firm. So up to this unit is completed and we have some time. We'll start with the next unit. Do you have any doubts on this, madam?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Tell me.
So first to start with this this Modigliani Miller model, sir.
Yes.
Sir, we just discussed this numeral. Now, actually, what was asked in this sum? First of all, I didn't understand what is leverage and unleveraged form, sir.
Form means there will be debt capital, sir.
Levered form means what, sir?
Debt capital also will be there. We have seen in the financial leverage, if it is debt, it is there. We are calculating, no? If it is debt, what is the financial leverage?
Okay, sir.
So
And
primarily
unlevered
form, only equity will be there, sir.
Equity will be, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Yes. Yes.
Debt will be there. Okay. Equity. Okay, sir. Now, sir, this problem actually I did not understand. What are we trying to do in this problem?
Only this approach they are telling that no, even though it is debt capital and only debt capital or composition of only equity capital or composition of equity and debt capital, the return will be same. There is no effect of this debt capital. They are telling it is capital structure
Sir,
is.
from an exam point of view, sorry to interrupt you. From an exam point of view, the left hand side is this left hand side data will be given to us, and we have to calculate what is given on the right hand side, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Alternative strategy, maximum we have to give this assumption only, sir. Like if you go for this one, you will get. If you go for entirely equity, how much you will get return? Like that, you have to calculate, sir.
So it will be like a case study, right? It will be like a case study.
Yes, case study or theory only they will be asking.
Okay, but here you have done a problem. So what that is what
For
I'm saying. The
understand,
left
yes,
for
yes, sir.
understanding.
For understanding this from these two levered form and unlevered form, there will be same written 700, 700. So the theory is telling that even though if it is levered, that this capital structure is not related to value of the firm. From the both capital structure, you will get same written only. Like that,
So
they are telling.
basically, you have to prove
Yes,
that
sir.
it is the same. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Second, sir, can you go to the first slide of capital theories, please?
This one today only we have started, no,
Yeah,
sir.
we
So,
started the
this one, right, sir?
the first slide, sir. Capital structure theories.
This one, sir.
So I can't see the slide.
Okay, okay, okay. Wait, sir, wait, sir. I have closed this. I'll stop and.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Wait, sir. Sir, is it coming?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yes.
So now suppose we go to the formula, sir. 1 minute. I can't see the screen. Yes, sir.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Now it's visible. Sir, this is I just wanted to understand the mathematics and the formula here. Nothing else. Rest is clear with me. So if I
Okay.
start from the left-hand side, value of the firm is EBIT divided by overall cost of the capital divided by the weightage or cost of capital. Correct?
Not divided, sir. This is not divided. This is either or, sir. This name is
This is
either or.
either. Okay, okay.
Either.
Okay, is
Not
either. Okay.
divided. Sorry, I have to mention, but I could not. This is overall cost of capital. It is also known as weighted average capital or combined cost of capital.
So after that, you have just expanded that formula, and
Yes, sir. This one
you have just
is.
expanded.
Yes,
Sir,
yes, sir.
from
Yes,
where
sir.
did you, sir, from where did you get this? Did we get this value of the firm S plus D from this formula itself on the left-hand side?
No, it is here value of the firm. I have given no. If it
Yeah.
is, if you don't have this EBIT weighted average capital, and if you have equity and debt, we can calculate like
So
this,
the
sir.
so that is the alternate of that. Okay.
Yeah, alternative. If it is anything is missing, you have to substitute here
Missing.
and there, and you have to find out the value of the firm. In the last
So
sum, they have
basically,
given, yeah,
yeah.
they have
Please
given
carry on.
EBIT. Yeah, in the last sum, the net operating income, they have given EBIT and weighted average cost of capital. Okay, from that you have found out the value of the firm.
So
Here,
basically, sir, you're trying to say we have three alternatives here to take out the value
yes,
of the
yes,
firm.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
sir.
Here,
I
if
got it. I
yes,
got
sir.
it.
If you see this,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So my next question is on traditional approach. Question on traditional
Yes,
approach.
yes, sir.
And this
Please.
traditional approach, actually, we did the same working what we did in net income approach. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir.
The way we solved the problem was the same way as we solved the problem in traditional approach. So where is the difference? What are
So
we?
here,
I mean, how
what
will
they
we
are
know that
telling?
what approach? How, so my question is, how will we know which approach we have to? The examiner are asking which
No, no,
approach to
no.
apply.
No, they will be giving. They will be given. They will give
Okay.
you. Okay, this.
They'll mention that. Okay.
Yeah, they will mention that and value of the firm weighted average. All are same formula only. For this understanding this
Yes.
traditional approach, there is up to certain point. If you increase your cost of this debt capital, your value will increase. This according to this approach. No, for that only they have given this case.
So
For
basically,
first time they.
you have to explain the concept on the theory, correct, with the numerical.
Yes, sir. Concept with the numerical and theory. If they have asked, you can write this graphs and assumption and this concept
Yeah.
also, this numerical
But
also. Otherwise, if they ask, find out the value of the firm and weighted average cost of capital, you have to use this formula.
okay, my final question, sir, is on
Yes, sir.
net operating income approach.
Okay,
Sir,
sir.
why are we finding out? My question is, why are we finding out cost of equity there?
Which one, sir?
Because in the
Yes, sir. It
because
is calculate the value of the firm and cost of equity. They have given no here. See
yes,
the
they have
sum.
given.
Yeah.
So in other two approaches, we are calculating the what you call value of the firm.
Value of the
But
firm and weighted average cost of capital.
weighted average cost. But here we are calculating cost of equity. Why is that, sir?
Yes, sir. But because here we are telling that this is relevant to this cost of capital is relevant to weighted value of the firm, which means if the weighted average cost of capital is reducing, value of the firm is increasing according to traditional approach and NI approach. Here they are telling that weighted average cost of capital is constant. It is not impact in the value of the firm. So they have given here the straight away weighted average cost of capital as a constant 10%. From this, you have to find out value of the firm and cost of equity, sir. Here,
Why
cost of
cost of
equity.
equity? But why cost of equity? We have to find out. What is the reason of that?
So cost of equity we have to find here three component is there now, sir. Cost of debt, cost of equity, and weighted average cost of capital. In this first two sum, it is relevance
Got it.
and yeah. We have
Okay,
to
sir.
find it.
There are the three variables on which we have to prove
Yes,
it.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All questions answered. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Sir, I have one question for MMA
Yeah.
approach. Can you go to the
Yes, sir.
numericals? Sir?
Yes, sir.
In the MMA approach, now you have leveraged and unleveraged, but in the
Yes.
leveraged we have taken 1,10,000, but in
Yes.
unleveraged we have taken 1 lakh.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, yeah.
these things are different, na? Because we are finally finding the return, and in both
Yes,
cases
sir.
return is 7%. But our main value is actually different. It's 1,10,000 and 1 lakh only.
Yes, yes, it is given in the problem only, sir. So
No, but it's a like a
it's a
comparison.
10%. Yes, like not yes, sir.
Because in first case you have taken 1,10,000 and
Yeah,
second
yeah,
case.
yes, sir.
I hope you got my point.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, I'll see in the. I'll tell you in the next class. I'll
Sure,
take
sure. No
another
problem.
example. Yes. They are taking 10% share capital. That only I have seen. So I'll tell you, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir. Try to explain this problem again, sir. Next class. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mani
Okay,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is the class ended?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.